okay, Mayor. We're good.
Oh, good. Thank you. I really appreciate that. All right. Everybody ready? Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, June the 4th. As you can see, we do have all council members present and we do have a quorum. And we welcome not only the members who are here in our chambers, but also the people at home that are viewing our city council meeting live streamed. So welcome. And I've asked newly elected council member Donna Charles to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If y'all would please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Just a few housekeeping items before we begin our meeting. If you could please silence your cell phones. And then also, if you have any communication with your neighbor, if you could please step outside into the foyer. We are recording this meeting, and it interferes with that ability. So please step outside the foyer if you need to talk to your neighbor. Also, as our local rules allow, anyone in our chambers this evening can make a comment at any point in our agenda. If you'll just wait until the presentation and the council input, if you'll just raise your hand, and I'll certainly recognize you if you'll come to the podium and then state your name and where you live, and then we'll go from there. But before we actually begin our council item number 2, as we all heard over the weekend, last Friday, there was a terrible, terrible tragedy in Virginia Beach at a city facility, which really got to me. And so let's just do a moment of silence for the 12 people who died on Friday of last week in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Thank you. And I hope that community heals as quickly as they can. Ms. Postley, this is agenda item number 2, the ordinance. Would you please read that ordinance, please?
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, adopting Section 1.04.006 of the Code of Ordinances, imposing procedures pursuant to Section 3.12 of the City Charter when conducting a council investigation and hearing.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've had 2 readings, and this is our final ability to add anything or change anything before we actually vote on it. And I just had a few things that I wanted to bring up. I still would like the council to consider changing shall when we have a complaint from shall, which means you have to hire a investigator, to may, just to give us that flexibility. So I'd like for that consideration to be re-urged. Let's see, on 8.2, where is that? 8.2? Crystal, if you could move down to 8.2, thank you. Make sure that okay. Okay, the very last sentence, Mr. Henry, I guess, are you going to be sitting up here this evening or no? I guess not. If you would just maybe come to the podium, that would be great. This is Ryan Henry. He is the investigative officer that was hired by Ms. Kinsler. It says the last sentence, in all other circumstances, the city manager shall appoint the designated officer. That's you. So can you give an example of in all other circumstances, just so we're clear on whose responsibility that would be?
You're talking about the designated officer section?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The very last sentence. I just as I reread it, I wanted to be sure I understood that.
Yeah, it's kind of the catch-all for unusual circumstances or situations you're not necessarily contemplating here, but for the most part, the way your charter is set up, the city manager kind of controls all the subordinates, and so if the council has a concern about a particular department or a complaint is brought up about something specific, and it's headed by a city employee or even a volunteer or something like that, the city manager is the one that designates what happens in that situation. That's kind of what that sentence is meant to address.
Okay. All right. And we don't actually say it, but is it implied that these procedures can be amended at any time?
Yes.
Okay.
As an ordinance, the
Okay.
council
Very
can
good.
change
Just
it.
wanted to be sure it was silent on that. Just wanted to be sure. We talked about list of witnesses, and you were saying that we do not have to have a list of witnesses.
You may need to refresh my memory on what section we're talking about.
Yeah,
The respondent can
that-
call any witnesses they want, and then the council can call any witnesses that they
Okay,
want.
but we don't have a list of witnesses before a 312 hearing. That's not required. Is that what I understood?
This ordinance doesn't address it that way, no ma'am.
Okay.
Because it's like I said, it's an investigative mechanism, and so you kind of go wherever the investigation takes you. You may not know ahead of time. When you bring somebody in and you say, well, who did X, or who wrote this permit, who did something, you say, oh, no, that's not this person, that's this person over here. That's not code, that's, the fire marshal, or that's not, and so you don't necessarily know where those inquiries will take you.
Okay. So is it fair to say that we won't know who the witnesses are until we have a 312 hearing? Because they're not required to be listed. I've got the law background in my head, and I know it's not illegal, but we always know what witnesses are going to come so that you can be prepared with your questions.
Right. The short answer, in practically what in most situations is going to happen is you're going to know who the key witnesses are kind of ahead of time, because they're the ones that are going to be listed in the complaint or in the factual basis of the information presented. But you're allowed, like I said, to go where the investigation takes you. So it won't necessarily be, a list of witnesses that are going to come in at any given time.
Okay. All right. Okay. And the presentation of the charges.
Yes.
When I know it says on page 18 of the book that at the first hearing, the presiding officer shall read to the public a statement regarding the nature of the investigation or charges and identifying the respondent and the complainant. And we're not going to get that until the day of a 312 hearing? Will the council get that beforehand?
Normally speaking, yeah, you would. The announcement there is to comply with the charter provision that you're announcing it to the public. Most of the information will have already been provided to the council in its packet prior to the 312 hearing.
Okay, just in the packet, wouldn't, okay. All right. All right. Okay. And it's fair to say that we have to follow the charter. If the charter says something, then that trumps. I mean,
Your ordinance must be read in consistency with your
the
charter.
charter. Yeah. Okay. Very good. I've got to find my charter. Okay. Very good. I think that's all the questions I have. I still think we should go with may instead of shall, because that means you have to do it. And so if we have a pending investigation, then we shall hire a designated officer. So, okay. Any other questions, comments from my colleagues at the dais? And if not, then we'll also like to hear from our citizens. Yes.
Mayor, which section are you referring to where it says shall?
It's under the
Or the protocols?
Yeah, it's in the protocols. Number 2,
I think it's A2 is the one you're, with the definition of designated officer, I believe is the one you're referencing, Mayor.
shall mean an individual designated by the city manager to examine any complaints filed against any of these department agencies. And again, we were reflecting the charter there, and I appreciate that change. And so that's, and I think we had that discussion at the last meeting. Shall means you have to do it, right? Instead of may. And I mean, maybe, you know, we come together and we decide we don't want to hire a designated officer. I'd like that flexibility personally, but anyway. So that's, I think it, did you have some first? Yes, ma'am.
No, I do believe that we discussed that the last couple of times and decided that really we needed to keep shall in there, because if there was an opportunity for somebody to say, well, I don't want to pursue this, and, you know, there's all kinds of things that could happen, I think it should remain shall. It should have the teeth in it.
My original recommendation was that it be shall. That word is up to the council as to what you want to do with it. But mainly the reason that you use the word shall is it is mandatory, but that it takes the discretion away, but that also takes away a lot of the politics that can be involved. Because, you know, if someone comes to you and said, why are you looking into things, or why did you hire this person? You can say, well, the ordinance said we had to. And so it starts the process moving forward. Now, what you do with that individual and how you interact with them must be consistent with your ordinance, but that kind of interaction back and forth is flexible as to exactly what, based on the complaint or the particular circumstances. There is some flexibility in it, Mayor, but again, that is completely a council call as to what you want to do with it.
Well, I think if we changed it to may, it would have to be unanimous. You know what I'm saying? That takes the politics out of it.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. I'm just, I just had no earthly idea this is what we were going to use our home rule charter. I never dreamed that when I voted for it that we were going to be involved in this investigation, attorney fees, and, you know, everything else. I mean, it's just had no earthly idea. And so that's why I was, again, I don't, it's political. I mean, it is. It just is. I mean, I don't think we can ignore it. And
You're a political body.
we are a political body, exactly. So anyway, but again, if it was may, it would have to be a unanimous, I would think, majority. I mean, let's see, unanimous, excuse me, not majority, unanimous vote is what I would say if it was may. But anyway.
I'd rather take it out of the hands of the council and let the shall remain there, because it's been politicized just because of the way some people have chosen to handle it. We should be talking about the general thing, the protection of everybody, not just one person. And that eliminates, you're just, by doing that, you're making it more political. So that's my feeling.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes.
I do have a question, Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I don't know if I should bring it up here, or I'm going to defer to your opinion about Mr. Henry even being here and the authority.
Well, we're just on the ordinance, so we need to stick with the ordinance. Yeah, we sure do. So this is our agenda item, so definitely. I think you have that on as an agenda item for next meeting.
It's already on the agenda for next meeting for the 18th.
Right. So I believe so.
I just had one other thing, which I had a slight debate with Mr. Henry. When we asked to change the public employee and officer, you asked that it be defined, and I would like the word conduct to come out, or have it say official conduct. You keep turning where it's from, but it's at the beginning. I don't know. You're going backwards
yes.
on it, who's ever moving it. Stop. that's one of the places, there's another place. But when we were asking for that change, where it was, used to be public employee and officer, it was just, you had asked to have who they were. And so I just thought it should remain department agency. If we keep the word conduct, we need official like the charter says.
The charter does say official conduct, yes, ma'am.
It says official,
It
yeah,
says
I wanted
official
it to mirror the
Yeah,
charter.
I believe the original intent was to better define the employees section, but the charter is much broader, actually. And so I attempted to put the charter language in there, but Councilman Alcar's eye did catch. The charter does say official conduct. So if you want it to mirror the charter exactly, then you probably do need to add that word in.
Okay, how's the council? Is that a consensus from the council to add that, to reflect the, okay?
It'll be official conduct, and it's in one or two other places.
Yeah, so every time it references the conduct of a department, agency, appointed boards, et cetera, it'll read the official conduct of any department, agency, appointed boards, et cetera, in all locations. Is that my understanding?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Charles.
Well, with no other questions, I would like to recommend with a few minor changes that we accept the protocols as written and corrected.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is.
I second it.
Right. We have a motion by Ms. Charles and Councilor Charles and a second by Councilor Alcacer. Any further discussion? I wanted to see if anybody from our chambers this evening would like to add anything to the discussion on the protocols. Or the procedures. We've been doing this for about three meetings, 2 or 3 meetings now. So I just want to be sure, because we want to hear from you if you have anything that you'd like to. Yes, ma'am. If you'll state your name and just where you live.
My name is Jessica Moffat. I live at Bandera Pass.
Okay, great.
I just think it's the most important thing for you guys to be transparent. And just please keep that in mind, because ordinary citizens are not going to be here. They're not going to know all of this. So I understand you want to protect yourselves, but
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Okay. I know last meeting we talked about 309 and 308, so maybe we'll need to actually, publish that. That's part of transparency and part of explaining, the charter. So I think that's a good point. Yes, Mr. Alonso, good evening and welcome.
Edward Alonso, Canterfield.
Yes.
I just had a question about Section 6.
Section 6?
6.
Okay.
It says quorum shall mean at least 3 city council members convened in the same place at the same time pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act. I have a concern is that I don't think it's likely that we'll ever increase the size of the council, but should we, this might get lost in the fold. So should we at least just say majority instead of 3? Or in alignment with the Texas Open Meetings Act, just period, like just get the number out of there. That's just my concern. I don't know if that is likely or not, or anything.
Okay. Where's Mr. Henry? I know quorum is not defined in the charter, as I recall.
Your quorum is
Because
not,
it was not
your
there.
board is defined in the charter. The Texas Open Meetings Act defines your majority. When you get into what constitutes a quorum, and then a separate issue on what constitutes, majority for action purposes, it gets a little complex, especially under some of the Attorney General opinions. So when you set a specific number, then it clears it up for what you have to do. That number is really set because of the size of your board, your council. The only way to change this number is to change the charter, which the citizens can do if they want. But if they do that, then you would need to amend any references with specific numbers. Your ordinances, if you look at your code of ordinances, at different spots, it references majority, and then at different spots it references a specific number. And so it's up to you guys, but because of some of the confusion that can be caused when you're calculating that number in different types of situations, setting the specific number makes it very clear, so there's really no confusion as to what it is you're supposed to be doing when you're allowed, because when you define it this way, also you protect yourselves from any Open Meetings Act violations, because you know exactly where your line is supposed to be drawn.
Okay, and so then what would happen if, say, if 3 counselors were involved in an investigation? Then what would happen?
Well, your quorum definition would actually remain the same. Your voting, the ability to deliberate and vote aspect changes. And so for quorum purposes, you would deliberate, but the quorums that are disqualified under the charter are looked at as abstentions. And so you just follow the regular rules of parliamentary procedure regarding how abstentions are treated versus absences. And so you would have to conduct your meeting based on kind of those principles. So we can go into a whole bunch of different types of scenarios, Mayor, and be here all night, but
Okay, that's fine. I was just
setting it this way makes it real clear.
But that was a good question, Mr. Alonso. Thank you for bringing that up.
Also, on the transparency aspect, another thing that these protocols do, as I mentioned, Mayor, they require disclosure to the public at the meetings, and kind of for you to go through the charges and exactly who's there, why's there, what their relationship is, and so it's designed to be informative to the public, so the public knows what's going on whenever you begin your meetings. And so, and there was a question about transparency, and I just wanted to make sure that transparency was factored in to these in order to make it available to the public, but also allow you to function.
Okay, very good. All right. Anything else? All right, so we have a motion and we have a second on the floor for the ordinance adopting the 312 procedures. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. No.
Okay, we have 4 ayes and 1 nay. Is that correct? All right, thank you. And it does pass. Thank you. I should have taken a roll call vote when I think about it. Sorry. Moving then to the regular agenda. Number 1, discussion and possible action to schedule a hearing pursuant to Section 3.112 of the City of Leon Valley Charter related to the investigation and complaints against Councilmember Benny Martinez. Trying to think who. I think we had 2 people that had requested it, Councilor Alcacer and Councilor Rodriguez, so I'll let you begin the discussion.
It was just put on there, Mayor, to go forward so that we can get a hearing date. And I don't know if Mr. Henry was going to give us, because we had a few things that we need to meet, like how much notice the person has to have.
Okay,
and so, and then it's commensurate with your availability.
Before we get into that, since we're talking specifically about the charters and the complaints, the council members that are involved should probably step down from the dais, just because the charter actually says you can't be on the dais during those parts of the discussion.
All right. Before we get into that, I had just had a few things. We have 2 new counselors that have not been involved in any of this discussion. We've only had 1 executive session, which was on April the 2nd, in which Councilor Alcacer, Councilor Jordan, myself, and Councilor Edwards were involved, and you gave us, the legal background.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I feel like they need to have the legal background that we did. And we also at that meeting said that we asked you to go get additional investigation, and we've never gotten anything back from you, at least I haven't, on that. So I was wondering about making sure that we give them the same due process that you've given the prior council. And then also, can't read my writing. Right, because right after the April 2nd executive session, we started moving into the 312. And so that has to, and then I don't know if the two counselors have gotten the March 15th documentation. You gave us two reports, one legal and one factual. So, again,
It's up to the council. You are allowed.
I don't
to
know
go
how we
into
can move for a
executive session
312
right now.
hearing when these people don't know what's going on. So,
If the members of the council who are not disqualified under the charter wish to go into the executive session under attorney-client privilege communication for me to update you on the legal status, that's permissible under this current posting. It's up to you guys if you want to do that.
Do you?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
then, you're going into executive session to discuss the agenda item under 551.071, consultation with attorney, and you just need to announce the time, Mayor.
okay, it's 6:30. Okay, I didn't know we would do it right now.
Okay.
But anyway, I always call, see what I asked for? I thought,
Ask and you
well,
shall receive.
That's right. Because I hate for people to have to be sitting out there. But anyway, it was just a point that I thought, is in all due
But we
fairness.
can only go into executive session to discuss, attorney-client privileged information. Everything else has to be out here.
Exactly. Okay. So at this time, at 6:30, we're going to move to executive session. Hopefully it won't be too very long, and we'll be back. Thank y'all. We're moving to executive session.
Speak on this part, and I need my notes.
Okay, and then do you have the dates that you can give us?
Ask me if I care.
I know you already.
Preferably before a couple of months until we get into budget and
Interesting. Well, I told him, I said, I've never been in an executive session, and I hope not. Right. Oh, sorry, not executive session. I hope I don't be in that. You don't want to be attorney-client privilege, I mean, something's going on. Which one? Right.
Are you all coming up with a date?
These dates.
I don't know. He's talking to her. I have no idea. They're working something out,
Can't be there
not taking into consideration everybody else's.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Thursday, Friday. Those are all going to be really tough for me. The only reason is because it's our last week of our quarter, and I usually spend that up in Austin.
So what about the 21st?
The 21st might work better.
Okay, let me check it down.
Oh, by the way, I was going to tell you, my name is William.
Is it Will?
Just Will. Yeah.
Well, I have a William, and I shortened his name to like, I'm like, it's like, no, it's William.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I know it's stupid, but when I put on my computer, it said William, and I was like, oh, so,
Okay, sorry.
that's okay.
So it's usually added.
Yeah, my legal name is just Will. It's not normal. Most people have a William.
And then I have a William Lawson, who goes by Billy. So then
Yeah, people always do that. Well, my great grandfather, I think that was named Wilbur.
Okay.
And mom's like, oh, no, that's Will. That's why you call. That's why she shortened it.
I think even, it's not that way. Does it matter the time? Is 5:30 okay? Because we don't have any, and we can always continue it. That was the other thing you didn't say.
You mean like if we don't get through it all?
Right.
Yeah, 5:30 should be fine for me.
Okay, 5:30 on the 21st? Okay.
All right, we were back in from executive session at 7:15, but it's taken us a couple of minutes to get organized here. It's now 7:21, and there was no action, of course, in the executive session. So we're back to the discussion of scheduling a hearing for the 312 matter. And Ms. Alcacer.
I have a motion, Mayor. I'd like to renew my motion from the April 16th meeting to schedule the 312 hearing on June 21st, Friday, June 21st at 5:30 p.m. to investigate and consider all complaints against Councilor Benny Martinez that he improperly interfered with, gave orders to, and undermined the authority of, number one, the legal department, i.e. the city attorney's office, number two, the community development department, number three, the city manager's office and or staff, number four, the police department, number five, the complaint by Councilor Catherine Rodriguez.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and there's discussion. I am not in town on Friday, June 21st. I'm out of town, and I respectfully ask the council to please reschedule it on a date that the mayor, the presiding officer, can be here. This is just respect and courtesy.
I believe, I agree that we should postpone until the mayor can be available.
Well, the mayor said she can't be available the last week in June. We have July 4th and budget in July. It's just that we need to get something done. And it isn't necessary for the mayor to be at the hearing. She can't participate in the discussion. She cannot ask questions. And we cleared that date with Mr. Henry, with you, and Ms. Charles, and myself, and these are the only 4 people that need to be here.
I
21st
disagree. I do disagree. What about the complaint and the complaint ones being the defendant? Have we checked with them on the dates to see if it works for them? Because you just said that's the only 4 people that need to be here, and I guess I said I disagree.
They will be required to be here.
And the 21st is not the last week of June.
I understand
No, but
that.
I'm
the mayor
leaving on,
cannot
I'm
be
leaving
there
on
the
Friday.
21st or the
And I'm
last
going to be
week of
gone
June.
until July 1st. Those are my, it's a standard out-of-town vacation that I always take every
Is
year.
everybody available the 20th before you're gone? Would that work?
Mr. Henry?
I'm in Pearsall that day, but
What about, the mayor just said she's going to be out for that day also. What about July 1st on a Monday? July 1st?
well, I'm flying back on July 1st,
Back on that
but
day.
July 2nd I would be here.
July
So-
2nd would be Tuesday.
Mr. Bradshaw, just a reminder, she cannot ask questions, she cannot participate in the discussion, she
Who
cannot
said?
participate in any of the procedure. She is not a crucial person. We're trying to get the crucial people so we can get this to go forward.
She is the
Presiding officer
presiding
runs
officer
the
of the
show.
council, and she is the mayor of our city. And
Yes.
I don't understand why you want to proceed without her.
It's not that I don't want to proceed without her, it's just in the process of delay for months. Ms. Joseph, did you have something you wanted to say?
Excuse me just a second. Excuse me just a second. We will call on people as soon as we're finished with our discussion up here. We will call on anybody from the chambers that would like to speak. Go ahead, Ms. Alcacer.
We have been trying to do this process. If there's a reason that she would have to be here, I wouldn't have a problem, but she keeps saying there's no reason to hurry it, there's no reason to do it. We need to get this over for the sake of the city.
Is somebody in imminent danger? Or is there, I still don't
Where's the protocol?
understand why the rush to get this done so quickly.
Mayor, did you
mayor.
say you could be back by 5:30 on the 20th? Did I hear you wrong?
I'm in Pearsall that day.
Oh, okay,
For,
I thought
for
you
a
said you
trial
could be
all day,
back.
so I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
I just,
Right.
that's already been on the books for about 60 days.
But
so
again,
I prefer it July 2nd, and I think July 2nd
July
is a nice
2nd, we have a
compromise.
city council meeting.
No, we
no,
don't.
we
It's
moved it
July
to the
9th.
Oh.
So we could do
moved
it
to
on
the
July
following week.
2nd.
Okay, got it. I don't have.
Anything else?
Oh, yeah, I do.
can you do it on July 2nd?
Okay. Ms. Joseph, you can do July 2nd? Thank you. I appreciate the consideration. Okay.
Bickering over little things. I mean, only a week or two. I realize she's saying it's stretching out, Monica. But we can't hear. Okay. I realize that I feel like you're kind of bickering on time frames, and they're small things. I realize you want to move it on, but some people don't want to, and it's not fair to the defendant either, or to the mayor. The mayor needs to be here, whether
What about the
she's not-
complainants?
Well, exactly, they do, but it should be fair to everybody. It's just, I felt like the rhetoric is constantly, let's get going, let's get it. That's what I was signaling to you. It's enough. Just you've got your date and time, so that's the end of that. That's all I was referring to when I was in the back.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Yep, and state, and of course,
Can everybody
Go
hear
ahead.
me? Okay, I request that the proposed hearing be postponed. It has come to my attention that there were voter irregularities during this last election, ineligible votes cast, and based on what I learned during our recount, the only way I am able to pursue this issue is through a lawsuit, which has been filed and which will be completed on an expedited schedule, likely during the next 45 days or sooner. I believe that it would be best to schedule this hearing for a time after the election lawsuit is resolved. In the event that this is resolved in my favor, the makeup of the council will be altered and the outcome of this proposed hearing will likely be altered. Additionally, I feel like the new city council members should have an opportunity to more fully study these matters. I know you had a little briefing in there, but it seems like you might need a little bit more time to fully consider these issues. So that's my suggestion, that we postpone the hearing until this lawsuit over the election can be completed. Thank you.
thank you. All right, yes.
This argument gets sillier all the time. I just have a basic recommendation.
Would you please state your name and record?
Al
Yes,
Vieta.
thank you.
Longtime resident of Leon Valley
Thank you.
and very active in this community. I would suggest, given the argument that's going back and forth, that this issue, particularly the sexual misconduct, be simply taken to DPS and the federal government. That'll accelerate it.
Okay.
And I'm going to recommend that to the people that were involved.
Okay.
This is getting silly.
Thank you, Mr. Uvieta. Anyone else? All right.
Benny Martinez, Leon Valley. I just believe that there is no way that I will receive due process in this 312 hearing. Ms. Alcazar just showed her mean-spirited attitude for all of us to see, and I don't think there is any way she could be unbiased. She's already proven with even her remarks tonight. I don't think it is possible for her to be unbiased if she has had contact with Mr. Henry outside of the City Council. I received his notes or his billing, and there's a lot of conversations between Mr. Henry and Mrs. Alcazar. So that, to me, that's almost like if you were a member of a jury and you went to talk to one of the attorneys, either the prosecuting attorney or the defense attorney, they'd call us a mistrial for that, because there's no way that that could be impartial. Some of these allegations against me have been shown to, according to Mr. Henry's findings, have no merit. So why are they back on target? Some of these allegations, I believe I have my First Amendment rights to. And when I'm on the dais, I should have legislative immunity. That's the whole purpose of legislative immunity. When we're up here in my official capacity, I should be able to debate an issue without any harm or any foul, claim being called upon me for that. That is the whole purpose of legislative debate, and I feel this whole thing is violating my 14th Amendment right.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Smith, Geraldine Rodriguez Smith, yes.
Dr. Rodriguez-Smith, Millstream. So I completely understand and empathize with everybody involved. It's an ugly situation. Nobody wants to be in it. But I don't think that continuing to delay is fair for either Mr. Martinez or for anybody else that's involved. This has been going on for months. And in terms of whatever findings, that's your role, that's your job as council, to look at the facts unbiasedly and determine an outcome. And all the bickering back and forth and all the tries to postpone, it's not helping anybody. It's not. So do your jobs, do them well, and be fair to everybody. And the comment about they were unfounded, if you read Mr. Henry's letter, it's unfounded because in order for it to fall under the definition, it has to, and Mr. Henry, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I read your posting, in order for it to be considered hostile work environment, it has to be against one of the protected classes. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means that it wasn't because of a protected class, race, gender. It was equal. So I just want to clarify that for everybody in the audience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, we have a motion on the table. Would you like
Excuse
to
me,
read?
Sandra, do we have to withdraw and restate the motion, or just is changing the date okay?
Counselor, or any of the other counselors could make an amendment, and you could accept the amendment or refuse it.
I'd like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion based on the statement by Dr. Edwards that we delay this 312 hearing until after the results of the lawsuit.
I think that is not.
We have a motion.
Right.
We have a motion for the 312 hearing for, I think it was June 21st, and then we discussed it to July 2nd, so
I will
that's the
accept the
amendment.
July 2nd date.
I second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Charles to set the 312 hearing for July 2nd at, is it 5:30
Yes.
p.m.? All right. Any further discussion? Did you have anything that you wanted to add?
So now I can make my motion to delay.
No, I
Oh, we
think
have
we
to vote
vote on
first,
this
sorry.
one first. Yeah, and I think if it passes, then I don't think you have another motion. So, Ms. Bosley, if you'll please call the roll.
Counselor Charles,
Yes.
Counselor Alcacer,
Yes.
and Counselor Bradshaw.
No.
Okay, the motion passes 2 ayes and 1 nay. All right. So it's a moot point then. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Henry, I believe we're finished. Yes, you may, please. All righty. Presentation number 4, or presentations under agenda item number 4. Number 1, presentation and discussion of six-month progress report on the Business Relations Director position. And we have William Cox here this evening to present. Good evening, Mr. Cox, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So just what the presentation shows, I'm going to give you a 6-month update on what we're doing in the business relations position. We're going to talk about a little bit of the background, then what the essential job tasks are. Then we're going to talk about a few things that I'm actually doing, and then we got some charts at the end. It's kind of by the numbers and kind of show where my time is allocated. There's some busy PowerPoint slides in here, so I encourage you, if you have any questions, we'll stop right there. But with that, let's begin. Oh. All right. So the position was hired in November of 2018, and they were looking for us to facilitate more efficient business. We had goals, and those were to facilitate more efficient business city relationships, assist new in existing businesses with procedural and technical processes, and that's just basically saying that we're trying to retain the businesses that we have. And that we're ensure departmental operations are performed in accordance with applicable laws, ordinances, and policies. And you'll see later through the things that I'm doing, this is where I spend a lot of my time. Also within those essential functions, I perform a variety of field and office work in support of the business code enforcement. I review requests for certificates of occupancy. I'm the city representative at the Northwest San Antonio Chamber of Commerce luncheons. I'm part of the Economic and Community Development Advisory Group update. I'm sorry, this is one of the tasks I've done. The Community Development Advisory Group update at the town hall meeting. And then also perform site visits for new businesses, which include pre-construction, site tours, and meetings. Now kind of moving into some of the things that I'm actively doing. I'm the staff liaison for the Sign Code Committee, and we've facilitated 7 meetings this year. I'm the co-staff liaison of the Economic and Community Development Advisory Meeting. I presented several sign reimbursement requests to the Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee and to City Hall, and I'm the staff lead for the audit team, which I facilitated 8 meetings in 2019. In those, I've participated in 5 special audit team cases, and those are where it's the whole team goes out and they have a special case, whether it's a property, without getting into details, this is one of the, it takes the whole team. It's not somebody, because what the jobs that I do is I give it an owner, but some of these projects are large and it takes every department. I've resolved approximately 40 audit business-related complaints, and the audit program, and I also presented to the Citizens Police Academy, or I'm sorry, the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. I'm newly appointed and representing the City of Leon Valley on the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Committee with ACOG. I recently completed the Economic and Community Development Annual Budget for fiscal year 2019 and 2020. Compiled business vacancy rates and compared data against previous records, and we're doing that through the ongoing business audit that we're doing right now, but we're just looking at some preliminary reports. I've built a reference guide for the newly created position of Business Relations Director, and that's just kind of what's guiding me through and anybody else that assists me, whether it be an intern or other employees. I've created some key performance indicators, and I had a proposal for a timely completion of the business audit, which was slated to begin in 2019, in May of 2019, in which it has. Also facilitated or assisted with the UTSA Institute for Economic Development Small Business Breakfast. We launched the 2019 business audit about 4 weeks ago. I have corrected about 50 sign code violations at business, and there's others out there, but these are actually ones that have actually been corrected, and some of them are just conversations, and some of them actually they'll get a notice, and they'll go through that process. But there's been 50 that's corrected. Staff representative to the chamber lunch, I think it's in there twice. Sorry about that. I perform zoning and fire inspections. I've completed training in code enforcement and basic economic development, and I attended the 2019 Volunteer Appreciation Dinner. So now we kind of look at it in the numbers. I'm sorry for the audience, it's a little hard to see here. So one of the things I spend a lot of time with is the audit. I'm the kind of the lead on that. So when the audit complaint comes in, I'll go through and I'll put it on this worksheet. We give it an owner, and then I track every little move. Anytime anybody touches it, whether it's whoever who it was assigned to, whatever progress, if they've sent notices, if it's been resolved, it's been abated, if it's a non-issue, we just kind of track it. So right now, it was 2017, we closed 130 cases, and 2018, 183. This year, right now, we've closed 223, and we currently have 48 active cases. Now, this is very dynamic. This changes almost hourly, because I mean, it's as they come in, and it's a daily kind of deal that we're closing out cases, we're adding new ones in, so even those numbers are greater. So you can see where we're at is we're really kind of answering the plea of the citizens when they're bringing these complaints that they find out there, and we're resolving them. So you can see where we're at 223 for 2019 compared to the other years, and we're just now hitting the halfway mark. So when I looked at it, we look at case leads, and that's just who these are assigned to. We talk about the teams on it. So we have the Business Relations Director, which is me. And can you see the number on that? Yeah, 18.75% is under my department. Then we have Community Development, Code Enforcement, Police Department, and Public Works, and Animal Control. There's also, the fire department would be on there, but they don't currently have any cases. So these are the different owners and leads. And then we kind of had to go through and categorize what these all, a kind of a macro that they could kind of fit in. I was trying to keep this really, really small so we can take a look at it. And these are what the complaints come in. At 30% of these are going to be residential, 15% are business, and 3% are traffic and street. That's whether somebody's parked in the road or a pothole or, a business with a parking lot that's, it's not draining correctly. Well, there's a variation of it. But we found some macros, and this is where we're kind of tracking. You can see where it is. And this is our final slide. Really busy, but it shows it by the numbers. So if we kind of go through this is stuff that our little widgets that I can kind of show you. These are things that we closed out. I've had 6 presentations. I've worked with 12 special cases. I've abated, let's see, 6 pole signs. We have 7 economic development projects. I've completed 32 fire inspections, 67 zoning inspections, and I've had 11 committee meetings. And if we turn that same graph on horizontally and do it by a percentage of 100, you can see where that time is. And we'll see the light blue and the orange are both fire and zoning inspections. So you can see that's greater than 50%, and that's where that time is. And some of these, they're not a true reflection of it, because I may show you one zoning inspection, but I may have visited that place multiple times, or it may have had a business come in and talk to planning and zoning with me to let them know what they're going to do. Then they come in, and so there's lots of processes and times and phone calls that may not kind of account into this. Same thing with the On-It program. There's lots of, it's just, when we see that I closed out 40, but I'm tracking all of it, and it's just, and some of these they're going out there and visiting the site. They are talking with the owner, figuring out how we can abate them, and then working through if it's actually a violation. We're going the other direction if they're not the one to meet compliance. And with that,
okay,
I'm open for any questions.
So I was looking at the 7 ED projects.
Yes.
And what I know,
Okay.
and then I looked at the pole abatement. That's different, right? Because
Yes.
I know we had some sign.
So we can certainly put them all in the same group. I was just trying to break them out so we can
Sure.
see that. And I'm
So-
pretty proud of the pole abatement, because that's not like a small, like the owner can just go out there with a hacksaw and take it down himself. This is something they got to hire somebody and get it down. And we've done that through the zoning inspection. When we have a new business come in, the city ordinance says that when a business closes or ceases to do business in that location, if they have a pole sign which is legal non-conforming, that sign basically has to go away.
Right.
So when I come in, when the new business comes in, I work with them on the removal of that sign before they can get their certificate of occupancy.
Okay, and is that part of when the EDCD gives them grant money?
So it's not an automatic deal.
It comes to council, right?
So
But I mean, is that part of that pole
very well
abatement?
could be.
And so could that be an ED project too? You know what I'm saying? Are they in both categories?
These particular 7, nobody's asked for money on these
okay.
7. They've
All
all
right.
taken it down. They're usually the larger businesses that are just want to get in there and get going soon.
Okay, on the pole.
Right,
Okay.
but I let every business know, when I go in about what I'm going to be doing in that inspection, just educate them.
Sure.
And then also, as before I leave, I said, also letting them know that, hey, if you're looking to change the facade or, anything to improve the business or bring more business into the Leon Valley, I'll let them know about opportunities they have for project funding. And there's not a business that I've not mentioned that to, but I got one about to come in here really soon for a sign abatement.
Okay.
Pole
So
abatement.
on the 7 ED projects, were most of them sign?
No, ma'am. So actually, I got my notes right
Yeah,
here.
I'd love to hear
One of
that.
them- so we got a developer that was looking at some property. This is one here on El Verde, 6401. SA Energy, if you're familiar with the LED lights, so the people that come out and help us on the 4th of July, they're looking for a space here. So I've been working with them. They had a meeting with Ms. Kinsler and I.
Were they at the coffee?
Yes,
yeah.
they were.
Okay, good. I
Right,
was
great
gonna-
people, and
yeah,
they're looking to
mhm,
move
all right.
to
I met
Leon
them.
Valley, and I got some great spaces over them. We've, showed them stuff there close to 410.
Okay.
Performance HQ, that old property, we're moving in a very large business that's gotten leased out. They're actually in the process of getting moved in there.
And what type of business?
So they sell a commercial, so the truck beds you see, like a welder, a plumber, whatever, they get these specialized, not just a regular truck bed, but something that's got like toolboxes and stuff like that, and they just put those on right there.
Okay.
So that, when
So
they were
it's-
looking at what they needed to meet their needs, this property fit them perfect.
So, okay.
Also,
The nice thing about that business, they sell them. and then they put them on.
So we get,
There you
we
go.
get some
Absolutely,
sales tax.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Excuse me, back to the pole signs. Somebody brought to my attention, and then I saw it, that huge sign that went up by the gas station, right up the street, and it says liquor. It just seemed to me like it couldn't possibly be,
So,
Was that in Leon
pole
Valley?
signs are not allowed. So I'm a part of the sign committee, and the sign committee has made it, they want to follow what prior council has said, that we really don't, we're not wishing to see a lot of pole signs here. They're changing the
did you see
dynamics.
that sign?
Yes, ma'am. So what happens is that's in the flyover. There's a small exemption inside of that. So that allows
Yeah, I remember
Henry's
that.
and and Sarah and all those people to have those pole signs there. They're allowed in the in the 410 flyover range, and they're there. Because I just did the zoning inspection on that, and I was like, whoop, you got the pole sign. And I started talking to them, and I was like, whoops, yeah, we're in that area, so there is an
But
exemption.
the huge liquor sign, it has to be 15 feet tall and 5 feet wide. It's not a flag, it's a huge.
So the old Chevron station, is that what you're referencing?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So that's the underlining is the pole sign, and it already had something. When they were no longer doing business as Chevron as a gas station, again, our ordinance requires them to either turn that sign around or it has to be a white blank, and they had done that. But now they're putting up the sign for the liquor store. And I will remind you that I've done lots of this, but I've never seen somebody keep the paperwork that they keep. They had paperwork meticulously for, because the liquor, and before they were doing TCQ, all the gas, because, we were coming through like, hey, you're not a gas station anymore, and they've already had those tanks purged and sealed and TCQ, they're on temporary, because they're not sure, they might reopen it back up as a gas station at some point, but they've done everything correctly. And it's the same thing, and I will check tomorrow to make sure that they've got a sign permit, but knowing that business owner, they're the first to come up to planning and zoning and see what they need to be doing before they do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Officer.
And there was a few others, and we got a couple other
yeah.
little businesses. You were talking about the economic
Right.
development.
Sure.
Through the breakfast, the UTSA breakfast,
Right, I was
we
gonna
made
ask
some
you about
connections.
that.
There's a company that's looking for the demographics that fits Leon Valley, and I've made contact, and it's Wine to Water. It's a little kind of a
Wine to water?
water to wine.
to
Maybe
wine.
I got it backwards.
That
Water to wine,
sounds
yeah.
like church. You know?
So anyway.
If you're a
sorry about that.
Catholic, yeah.
Hopefully they're not listening to this right
Yeah.
now, right? So, but anyway, so I'm trying to find the right space. It's a big, and this is they're looking for a lot of space, and I want to find the right one before I start approaching them. I don't want to just kind of shotgun and hope something works. I want to take just a home run to them.
Good.
And they pointed out to me, the UTSA representative, Ms. Jackson, and says this is just not like any other franchise. These almost always, this particular one, they go on to be multi-million-dollar companies. So
Very
real
good.
excited
Well, good
about
luck.
that. We've got an attorney office. I had a realtor reach out to me. There's an attorney office looking for, some space. And it was more of a, where are we zoned, where could we be? But still, now we've opened that door, and I got a relationship to say, hey, let me tell you what I got, here in this city.
Sure.
And you had also asked about the pole signs. So we've gotten down, USA Autos came down, Latia Bertha Mexican Restaurants pole signs came down, Arby's came down, Bandera Pass, Fajita Express, and soon to be Okie Dokie.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you. And then what is our vacancy rate?
So we
had it up
we
here.
were working on some others,
Yeah.
but it was incomplete data. So what happens is these lease build outs, they can have 30 spaces. And this year, that 30, there's 30 spaces, but next year it could be 25 because somebody expanded into 2 spaces, or they had a large space and they subdivided into 4. And so we got the audit. If you don't, respectfully, I'd like to get you some really good, accurate numbers, and I'm positive I could have that to you within a couple
and that's
weeks.
that business audit. The business audit is going to get us that vacancy rate.
Right, it does. It's the foundation of just about
Okay.
everything that I'm going to do. So one of the first things that were out there, they got 5 essential items that the audit team was going to do. They were going to look for a C of O, get your business name, get the address. If you're in a multi-tenant space, get that information, and that helps me when I'm sending invites out to these breakfast or the chamber luncheons, so I can share that information. And I think that's the image we want, that we're constantly sharing it to be a part of the community. But then they're also looking for the certificate of occupancy, and then the tax permit. Now, not every business that we come across needs a tax permit. And that's going to be a subset program that I'm going to look at here very soon. But that's the numbers we get, and they were able to catch whether it was vacant or not. And so I just feel like we're going to get some really good numbers compared to what I have right now, because I was just picking up some data sheets that we had from last year and the year before, and I just see businesses that I've never heard of, dresses I don't, not heard of. So the number, it's a little bit skewed, I believe.
So about what's the percentage of completion of going up and down the corridor?
Okay, so I'm excited to say that the police chief reported this morning that the actual troops on the ground doing the actual door-to-door audit, it's now complete.
Oh, it's now complete.
They moved
No
in
way.
light speed. Ms. Kinsler got some interns, so they're working as a team because we're just kind of right now we're swamped with applications because we're sending out. We got a flow chart that we shared with you on how the process looks, and now we're just kind of catching those. I think I have about 15 for review right now. I have 4 for inspection tomorrow, so it's just getting all these people to.
And I know we had a Bandera Road meeting today, and Ms. Kinsler shared that we've got all this information now that we can give to the public relations, because we want to form a business or have a business forum. So we want to get all the businesses along the corridor to give input. And so she was saying that you had it finished. So I didn't know if it was finished, but yeah, that's great.
Right, it is going to
that'll be really good.
It's going to be a foundation for many, many other very successful projects for the city.
And you've had a couple of leads from the UTSA breakfast, is what I've heard.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and the next breakfast is.
We don't have one scheduled right now.
Oh, we don't have a schedule? Oh, for some reason I thought I saw it on my calendar.
No,
Must
they
have been from
mentioned
last
doing
year.
it in August, but it's not been scheduled.
Very good. So, all right, thank you. Any other questions from the counselor for Mr. Cox? Very enlightening. Thank you. I'm really glad to get this report. Yes.
Mr. Cox, I had a question on the portion that says 67 for your zoning inspections. Are any of those like habitual, constant, repeat offenders that you have to go out there and check stuff?
So the zoning inspection is part of the certificate of occupancy. So when they come in and get a certificate of occupancy application, they have 3 inspections minimum. That's a building inspection, a zoning inspection, and a fire inspection. Now, if they have health or, if they're serving food or something like that, then they're going to health inspection. But if we kind of look at that, so I oversee that zoning inspection. And the conversation that I have is when I walk up and say, I'm looking to make sure, you're doing what you say you're doing. I look at the application. I make sure that it's zoned correctly, that, if you said that, you're a barber shop, that you're zoned for a barber shop or retail or light industrial, whatever that looks like. Then I look at signage. I look at outside storage. I look at land use. I look for graffiti, and just make sure, kind of those loose ends that I'm Brandon's eyes out there. So when he gets that application in, did what they say on this application, is that what they're really doing out there? So if you said, that you're I'm just trying to think, you're selling clothes, and I walk in and I see barber chairs, well, they're 2 of the different, so we got to get that right so that we have, accurate information. And I think, so we even talked about this going for a shop local initiative, because we're going to have all this, and we're going to be able to create some great list of somebody, doesn't know what mechanics we have here in Leon Valley. Well, this list is going to be able to produce that in a heartbeat.
Okay, excellent. Anyone else? Any questions from any of our participants in our chamber this evening? Maria, good evening and welcome.
Nadia Gamboa, Forest Meadow. I just want to ask a question. You know that, now I'm trying to think, that retail space that's right there on Seneca and Bandera, it looks nasty. Is there a way to get it to look a little bit nicer? It's like dirty looking in a way. You pass it, and I don't think anybody would be encouraged to say, well, I want to put something nice there because it doesn't look good. The one across the street where they have the aquarium and stuff, now that one has improved. But this one,
the Seneca Plaza.
It just looks shabby, okay?
So absolutely, we have diversity, and when we offer these programs, I'm familiar with that landowner or property owner, and I've shared these same programs that we have with him. It's my understanding that the property is for sale, but we go through all those zoning programs, like anybody else, and it has to meet number 1, safety. So I want it safe for not only the business owner, for the citizens that are going to go into that business, and then our emergency services. If the police or fire have to go in, I want it safe for everybody, and that's what these inspections are all about. At the end of the day, it's not trying to generate revenue or anything. That we're trying to make sure that we have a legal business that's safe and that we know about is doing what it's supposed to be doing.
Okay, Very good. Yes, Mr. Riddle. I'm sorry, Ms. Charles, I would have recognized you first. Didn't see your hand go up.
Yes, I'm Philip Riddle. I wrote Ruth Opie. I just wanted to thank the audit team for taking care of an issue I had presented to them as a what I considered a public safety issue. It needed to be corrected and corrected quickly, and they took care of it.
Great.
That's it. I always want to say, if you do a good job, you need to be
pat on the back.
Pass
You
that
bet.
on.
You bet. That's what I always say too. Thank you for that. Yes,
Mr.
Ms.
Riddle is
Charles.
he said it, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but he said it was on a team, because this is not one person.
Certainly.
Not one person just touches it from start to
Very-
end.
yes.
There's lots of hands on it, and so
Thank you
it's
for
certainly
that.
a team.
Mine is a curiosity question, is how many tax IDs have you found that don't pay taxes to Leon Valley?
So in the audit, I know of one big one right now. So we're still inputting data. So we don't want to interrupt that process. And they're putting in that, and when somebody says, well, I don't have a certificate of occupancy, well, it could be that you don't know where it's at. And I used Taco Cabana. I was sharing the story earlier. They went through, and Taco Cabana said, we don't have a certificate of occupancy. And they shared that with their corporate, and we came back, because there's no way that they don't have it. Well, sure enough, corporate has it from 1982, So either, then they shoot us a copy of it, and it's been a great relationship. We even shared this audit team meets once a week right now.
Oh, once a week. Now,
Yes.
I thought it was twice a month, so now it's
No,
once a
that's
week?
on it.
Oh.
Yeah, and
That's
so
on
the
it.
audit team, very close, right?
There you go. Thank you. My listening skills.
So the audit team
Okay.
is meeting, because we
Audit
got a lot
weekly.
coming up, and we had to, build for that. So, we need to make sure that maybe we have it, maybe they have it, before we, require them to go through that process. And they get their letters, and we're just following what the council wishes is what's in the ordinance.
Very good. All right. Thank you so
Welcome.
much. All right. Anyone else? Excellent presentation. Thank you so much for your efforts to improve our community. Thank you. All right. Next we have presentation on review of recommendations for 2019 Town Hall meeting, and we have Ms. Kinsler here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you. Just like to make sure that staff is doing what we need to be doing, committees, et cetera, in reference to our town hall meeting. So this is just kind of a mid-year presentation. What we're going to do is we're just going to talk about the agenda that we had in January for the town hall meeting and where we are at regarding those agenda items. So the first thing we talked about was the status of the Bandera Road Working Group. It's still actively going. In fact, we had a meeting today, and out of this working group, since we presented in January, has surfaced a technical work group and a planning team. If you go to the next slide, this right here is the mission statement of the Bandera Road Working Group, which had not been completed when we discussed this in January. So we've got a mission. This is the mission statement that we work off of now. Some other things that we've done since the town hall meeting is there have been online surveys in English and Spanish that were up for about 3 months. We got about 900 responses off of those. Of those responses, and try to do this from memory, and Mayor, your memory's probably better, but 30% were from Leon Valley, 40% were from District 6,
District 7.
District 7, and then the other 30% spanned across District 6, 8, 9, and then other places outside of Leon Valley and San Antonio. So Leon Valley, for its population, was very well represented. Handouts and flyers on the project, we've got them here at City Hall. We've got them at the Leon Valley Public Library. We've put them on social media. We hosted a survey booth when we were actively doing those surveys, both at Earthwise, and we plan on hosting another informational booth at the 4th of July event. Citizen input, community outreach meetings, we've had those. We had 600 and something citizens at the last community meeting, which was held last month. TxDOT and Half and Associates are you probably see the little flags out there and people out there working. They're working on mapping the traffic counts, the right-of-way, utility coordination, and they're analyzing the existing conditions. The project is still going to be in progress by the 2020 town hall meeting, and so what we'll do is we'll just make sure citizens are updated at that point, but we wanted you to see more than anything, there's movement, there's lots of movement, and so we're really satisfied with the result of this project. Next slide. This is the project number in case you want to look it up. It's an expansion from 410 to Gilboa Road with an estimated construction cost of $65 million, according to TxDOT. Got a different estimate today from 410 to 1604, which was between
150 million
and 300.
to 300 million.
Yeah, 150 to 300 million. The target date, and I didn't have them up there because we just got that at like about 2:30 this afternoon. Target dates, as you can see, are up there. Next slide. Update on red light cameras. Since I did this, that's even changed. So at the town hall meeting, we had a breakout session and some instant polling following, which produced the results that you see up there. We had nearly 94% of citizens expressing general satisfaction with the red light camera program, and about 71% of citizens reporting satisfaction with increased neighborhood patrols. So both of those were increases, and we're really proud and happy with those. The facilitator for the town hall meeting recommended that the city embark on a public education campaign in regards to the basics of stopping at yellow lights and yielding to pedestrians. So we have taken her recommendation, and an article was done on this topic in the February-March issue of the Lion's Roar. Information has been placed on the city's Facebook page and the police department's Facebook page as well. We did an update on El Verde 2020. Nearly 93% of citizens favored the continuation of making Leon Valley a sustainable city. Very, very high favorability rate there. 93% favored using store credits for zero-escape planning and rain barrels at low or no cost to citizens, so that we could reduce our water consumption. And about 75% of citizens voted to move the date of El Verde 2020 to El Verde 2025, so that we actually can meet our goal of planting the 10,000 trees. So we have joined the ICLE, which is the Local Governments for Sustainability, so that we can network with them and other cities that are trying to, drive the similar path towards sustainability and becoming carbon neutral. Target dates, April 2019, we joined ICLA, and we're in the process of working with the consultant and information gathering for that. We have the ongoing cities carbon, I didn't even finish that. Yeah, carbon footprint. I don't know. Oh, I see. I see what I did. Okay. So, anyway, so we've researched and developed other programs to reduce our footprint. January of 2020, we will report the progress that we've seen at the annual town hall meeting then. So those are a couple of things. We have some other target dates for El Verde 2020. Just last month, you as a city council approved the rebate program. So that got completed. From July to August of this summer, proposed council meeting dates for approval of electric vehicle charging stations at various locations in the city. And then September of 2019, we're hoping to install several charging stations, one being at Raymond Rimkus Park and another being at the library. And we also have a strip center owner who is interested in putting one, where the Starbucks is, and there's that credit union, that the little ATM drive-through that we just installed there. They're interested in putting another charging station there on Bandera as well. They will possibly do it at their expense, but they're asking us to see if there's any grants or help for them to do that out there. So that's in the workings. Summer 2019, plant 200 trees at the new parks and at Raymond Rimkus Park, and then to identify other areas for planting. Fall of 2019, plant groupings of trees in the natural area. And then just ongoing 300 tree giveaways at each of the events, which would mean 600 trees that we would be giving away per year for the next 6 years. We're investigating the installation of a GPS tracking system for our fleet here at the city. This is going to give us mileage data to calculate our carbon impact from the fleet. Staff is getting quotes from companies for purchasing and for monitoring these costs. We've created programs to credit customer water accounts towards the purchase of the xeriscape plantings and the rain barrels that was recommended at the town hall meeting at $100 and $40 per credit respectively, which was approved by you all, this council. We will be proposing the addition of electric vehicle charging stations at certain city locations to encourage citizens to purchase electric vehicles. Upcoming updates to our comprehensive master plan necessary to facilitate revisions to our zoning code. Regarding land use, the Leon Valley residents at the town hall meeting favored number 1, neighborhoods, number 2, parks and recreation, and number 3, sense of place. The residents' biggest concern regarding future land use and development was the character of the development, the traffic issues, and the economic and neighborhood stability. So upcoming updates to the city's comprehensive master plan, you can see are outlined there. We have 5 steps. We have the P&Z department in the process of developing a fiscal analysis of the existing land use. They're doing that this summer. It's very crucial. That's a crucial first step in a comp planning process. It allows the citizens to better understand the costs and the revenues that are associated with the different types of land uses. Staff has not made as much progress as hoped for due to an influx of planning and permitting activity. So the presentation that you saw before mine, Mr. Cox's, it looked really cool and it looked really good, and you can see that there's a lot of work being done here. But guess where the majority of that work is landing? In planning and zoning department. And so they're behind, and they have somebody gone for 3 weeks. We've got 2 interns in there. But so it's not moving as fast as we had originally hoped. We anticipate completing this analysis by midsummer and hope to begin neighborhood meetings by late summer. The comprehensive planning work is currently planned to be completed in-house, meaning staff hopes not to have to contract specialized planning consultants, which can be very costly. We've got the expertise in our own planning and zoning department to do this, and we plan on trying to use that. Just similar to you all when you contracted with somebody to do the pay scale analysis, and then Crystal and I did it after that because we have the knowledge to be able to do that. We've got that in planning and zoning now, so hopefully we won't have to bring in anybody. Update on infrastructure and flood control. You see the target dates on the bottom there. Citizens indicated that they wish to fund all of the flood control projects through a bond, but it was 59%. This would require a vote from the City Council in order for you all to place this as an election item in November. We're still working with the Corps of Engineers to get a feasibility study on Hebner Creek, but don't expect to get the results of that study until this summer. The bond issue should be brought before Council in July for a decision at that time, so we have some idea of how much money to ask for, or we have an idea if the Council even wants to go forward, because that was 59%. So that'll be tossed back in y'all's laps. Target dates, July 2019. Bring the item to the Council for approval or disapproval or partial approval. August 2019. If you all did approve something, we would need to place the item with Bexar County for the November election. The election would happen in November. If that were to happen and it were to be favorable and the voters approved it, then in December we could start work on engineering and design. And then we anticipate by summer of 2020 we could actually advertise bids for the projects. Home Rule Charter amendments. At the town hall meeting, City Attorney Frederick summarized the process of adopting a city charter and becoming a home rule city. We're brand new to this. Became a home rule city in 2017, and the rules that govern future changes to the charter. She further discussed some sample ordinances the city had passed since its inception, which could not have been passed without the charter. What you see there is instant polling following this item showed that there was strong satisfaction with the changes that the city made as a result of the home rule status. A majority of citizens did not have charter amendments in mind, but about 33% did. Finally, about 73% of participants supported the council convening a committee to consider future amendments to the charter, which actually we have to. And this evening, Councilor Alcacer and Councilor Charles asked for an item on the agenda for the council to consider approval of a resolution appointing members to the Charter Review Committee so the process may begin. So this is just another part of the follow-up and follow-through from the town hall meeting. Progress on business development, you just got a 6-month, Mr. Cox has been doing this for about 6 months, not quite 6 months, and you just heard what he was doing. But the chair of the Economic and Community Development Advisory Board is Dr. Geraldine Rodriguez-Smith. The 2 liaisons are the Business Relations Director, Mr. William Cox, and myself. And then you got the synopsis of the 6-month this evening. That is a summary. Actually, let me just add one more thing. That's a summary of the follow-up from the town hall meeting. I do want to go back to the red light camera. Actually, I can just do that in my city manager's report. I don't even need to go back.
I just had a question. I thought we had a question under the El Verde. Did we want to become a 100% renewable city? I thought we got an overwhelming support for that. And the reason I brought it up is because the city of Georgetown, I think, is the only city in the state of Texas that's 100% renewable. And I just felt like, you know, we've had this goal for so many years now that wouldn't it be, I would love for us to be able to partner with CPS Energy to maybe become a model city for the whole region, because I think we have to go that way due to the climate change. There's another word that I like to use, but besides that. But, you know, with all of that, I mean, what we talked about it, 500 tornadoes in the last 2 weeks, you know. I mean, so we need to move towards renewable. And anyway, so I don't remember. I mean, I know, Melinda, you're shaking your head because I believe you presented that. So,
Mayor, Council, I remember that question as well. I will tell you that question was not in Dr. Romero's report. Because this was taken, my recommendations came off the report, but I do remember that question.
And I meant to look it up because I have the PowerPoint.
Do you remember that question? Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
So
we'll look it up. But I remember it was like in the 90s or 80s or something.
Right.
It was high.
And, you know, what I'd like to maybe, if we could maybe talk about it on the council agenda, but that would be, you know, maybe to send a resolution to CPS Energy to see if they'd like to partner with. I don't know if we can do it, but I'd like to just plant the seed. Anyway, if we can do that.
Mayor, would you, I mean, you can certainly request that be an item on the next agenda, and I can get that done for you. I mean, if by the charter, you can do that.
Sure, that would be great. And
okay,
then
so you want a resolution to CPS Energy requesting?
Well, just a discussion among the colleagues, if that's what y'all would like to do. I want it to be a collaborative effort for sure, so we could discuss it and see if we'd like to pursue that.
Okay, so you don't want to bring a resolution forward, you just want to bring a discussion forward?
Well, discussion and possible action, you know, with a sample resolution, yeah, because I hate to keep talking about it twice.
Okay, we'll bring a
what I'm saying?
resolution.
Yeah. But,
okay.
And then also, was it in the program, and I just missed it, but we also wanted to pursue getting some software that can track our carbon reduction, and I saw that you had it with the GPS, but
correct.
Was that something that we were going to pursue, Melinda? Because here this was a 2007 El Verde 2020, and we didn't have any way of measuring it all these years, but now you were suggesting at the town hall that we should get some of this software, so if you would address that.
I got such a deal.
Did you?
I did.
No way.
I got such a deal.
Tell me.
So I was looking through all the sustainability stuff, trying to find, you know, what's carbon footprint software about, and I stumbled upon this ICLEI USA.
Okay.
It's a program that local governments belong to, a lot of them. You have to go to their website and check them out because it's really cool. They have a 5-step path to get to carbon neutral. And one of those is if you join the organization, it's $600, so we paid $600 to join the organization. but they assign you a consultant, and all you do is bring them the information that they need. They pop it in, and they give you your carbon footprint.
No.
Yes.
Oh, my
For
gosh.
$600.
That's great.
Yeah, and it's a little like peeling the layers off of an onion. It's becoming a little more work than I anticipated. And so I might be asking for an intern at some point because there's a lot of information that needs to go into the baseline in order to get where we need to be. But so that's done. We're in the process.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, any other questions?
What she said.
Any other questions for Ms. Kinsler on the town hall? But thank you so much, because I was sharing with Ms. Kinsler. I said, we've never had our report yet. I mean, it's been since the town hall. I mean, I think I reported on it in the Lions Roar, but still, just the formality. And so thank you for putting that together.
Absolutely.
Do appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, just one question, Ms. Kunstler. Is there somewhere where the data from the voting and the actual town hall is compiled that we can see the actual numbers? I know there were some other things that came up in there, like about the roosters and stuff like that. Okay, thank you.
So Mayor, Councilor Councilor Bradshaw, it was posted online, A, and B, most of it is in Dr. Romero's report, and I'll make sure that I forward that to you.
Excuse me?
Okay. All right.
Mayor?
Yes.
Those reports are attached to the minutes for the coffee.
Okay, but is it just the results of like the percentages, or is the actual numbers? That's really my question.
It's percentages, but not actual numbers.
Can we get the raw data? That's what I'm asking. The actual numbers.
It doesn't give you the, does it?
It does, but it's in a because of the program, you're not going to be able to open it. The raw data is in a program for the clickers.
Right.
I can print it out and give it to you, but you can't manipulate the data.
That's okay. I don't need to manipulate it.
And that's from the town hall meeting. Is that the town hall meeting? Right.
The raw data, like if 33 people answered the question, and instead of, it'll convert it to percentages because that's the report that gets sent out with the bar graphs.
Right.
But the raw data of like the actual numbers of who, like if 10 people actually voted versus the percentage of the people that were there.
And that's more what I'm interested in, because some of the questions I thought were a little bit misleading, like the rooster thing. It was like the choices were no roosters, or a rooster on 1 acre, a rooster on 2 acres, a rooster on 3 acres.
Yeah, that was the coffee. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And this is the town hall.
Sorry to confuse the two, but that's the type of stuff.
But still, it's the same program.
Same
though.
idea. Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be different. I won't get you, I'll still get you Dr. Romero's report, but that's not going to be in there because that didn't happen at the town
That
hall.
was at the coffee. Okay, I confused the two. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So along that line, did the change of the questions going out, did that make it in time?
It did. Mayor,
good.
Councilor Alcacer, yes, it did.
Good, great.
Yes,
Glad
that
I
day.
thought that was a good improvement.
Got
Thank
him out.
you. Okay, any other questions from my colleagues or anyone in the chamber to Ms. Kinsler on the town hall report? Town hall meeting report. Okay. Seeing none, then we'll thank and Ms. Kinsler, if you'd like to just stay there for the city manager's report, if you want to come back to your seat, that's the next agenda item.
Mayor, I have it. I'll stay right here, and this one's going to take just a little bit.
Okay.
I want to
Thank
talk
you.
to you about red lights. But first of all, I was very touched today to be able to sign a card that your Public Works Department sent to the Public Works Department in Virginia Beach. And it was a very nice card, and there was very nice messages. And so kudos to Public Works. Thanks for involving us. And it was really thoughtful. And I think probably for most of us in this room, it's weighed on my mind every day. And so when Melinda came in with the card, I was extremely appreciative. It was really nice gesture. And she had talked about sending flowers, and she said, I just can't even imagine how many flowers they're dealing with. So
The thought I had, and is like, how do we detect something like that?
Right.
Do you know? I mean, this man worked. I don't want to get off on it, but I know we have counseling, right?
Happy employee for 20 years.
I know. It just was so sad.
There'll be
So,
something
anyway.
that'll be uncovered.
But anyway, thank you, Melinda, for
sure.
taking that initiative.
Yeah, that was neat. The first draft of the FY 2020 budget is ready. And I would like to, again, set up individual meetings with you. I'm already having Angela call you to see if you want to meet with me. If you don't want to meet with me and you would rather just hear it for the first time in July, that's fine. I always prefer for me to meet with a couple of you at a time first. Because I get your ideas, and then I include them in the July presentations. So we don't have to, by the time it comes to the July presentation, more the ideas that we're taking are the citizens' ideas, because we've already included yours in our presentation. So Angela will be calling you about that. I just think it gives you ample time, especially the newer ones, to understand the budget and to ask questions before the first reading in July. I don't know how she's paired you, but I've asked her to try to pair like old with new, because some of you older ones, no offense,
Experienced with
thank you.
less experience.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You're right. Some of you more experienced one, you know the questions to ask. And so we're trying to pair you with less experience. Thank you, Councilor Bradshaw. You just got me out of hot water, hopefully. But it's just been my experience that it strengthens your understanding of the budget and the process, and it allows you to give me and this staff input before we bring our presentation in July.
Can I just add, I had asked Angela, like, when, and she said the week of June 10th or the week of June 17th was the time she wanted.
I
Just
don't
for
know
y'all's
when
information, 'cause
whenever she has
I
it on
didn't
my
know,
calendar,
so I gave
I'll
her
be
some
there.
block time, so if
Okay.
that helps, that's
Okay, she
that's
should
what
be
she told
calling
me.
you, giving you times
Yeah.
or whatever. I was explaining to Councilor Bradshaw, I don't mind. I stay here in the night usually anyway. I don't mind staying at night if you work during the day. I'll do whatever it takes to spend that, that one-on-one time with you to make sure you understand the budget. 'Cause it's really important, because then throughout the rest of the years, you're making decisions, based on that document in many ways. The next coffee with the mayor and council is scheduled for July 27th. Mayor Riley has a conflict, and she asked that I take a poll to determine if you were amenable to moving that to July the 20th to accommodate her conflict. So is everybody okay with moving the 27th coffee to the 20th of July?
I have no problem.
Everybody's good with that? Okay. And then I'm going to ask, I want to talk to you about this was my issue, the 26th coffee with the mayor and council. It's the same day and time that the Halloween weekend events are. So we've got the events at the library, the Arbor Day tree giveaway, the senior trash to treasure. I think parking's going to be an issue, so I wanted to see if I could get a consensus from the council to either change that date or leave it alone if you want to. But right now it's Saturday the 26th. If you moved it 1 week back, it would be Saturday the 19th, October 19th.
And Ms. Kensler, we did that last year just for the information of new counselors, because we decided it was just so crazy. And I think we're probably going to have election too, right? Is there an election this year? I can't remember. There's an election all the time, it seems like. But anyway, but we just had, last year was the election too, so we just had so many multiple.
Right.
So we moved it 1 week up, so just FYI. So I have no problem with
Fine
that.
with me.
Yeah.
There's one other thing. Could we extend the time till 11:30? The last couple of coffees, we haven't had time to have any input from the citizens.
I think we're putting too much on the agenda.
Right.
I know
I
we're
think
putting way too much on the agenda.
We are.
But, we either take stuff off or, extend it maybe a half an hour to allow for citizen input.
Well, I personally would like to keep it from 9 to 11, because I just feel like people have a lot to do on Saturday and they need to get on with their day personally. And what we need to do is just not have as many presentations so that we can have more discussions. So that's how I think we can solve it, but I wanted to hear from other people on the council as well.
To me, it doesn't matter. I just want to be able to have the citizens speak.
Yeah, I felt bad the last time that we didn't have any citizens.
I would agree with, I actually agree with both of you, which is going to seem hard to do, but I would say that make the agenda till 11:30, just in case we extend, but have a goal to be done by 11.
Okay.
shorten the agenda to try and get out by 11, but in case we have to go extra, 'cause I felt bad cutting people off last week.
How about y'all?
Mayor, Council,
Yes.
the one consistent comment that I've heard from citizens, and I'm just wondering if you've heard the same thing, is that, and I think you did it the first time or two I was here, but somehow we started setting an aggressive agenda. But I've heard that they like the forum where there's not necessarily agenda. They just get to come in, we bring all the directors in, and you just ask questions. And so I've heard that from several citizens now, that they miss those coffees, is what I hear. So I don't know if any of you are getting that feedback?
Yes, I have a number of times. They said it's no longer fun.
Okay.
They used to be fun.
I mean,
But-
you know, it's hard, it's interesting for staff because you don't know what's coming at you. You don't know what question you're going to get. But and we get all directors in the room, but I can certainly get all directors there, and we can do that again. Just a thought. I didn't know if you all
I
had.
think we could do both, maybe have one agenda item, because the beauty of the agenda item is it is agendized, so you can really be broad in your questions and your, putting it on, whereas with the questions, because it's not agendized, you can only respond as a fact or a policy, I think, right? It's very limited. I mean, it's on the rules.
Can't take action. Absolutely.
Well, you can't take
But you can't take action when you're doing it with a presentation
No,
either.
it's usually we follow it, but we just wanted to get information from the
We
from
could
the
also
citizens.
put the citizens to be heard first.
Yep, for sure.
And then they could be.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, to make sure that we,
Mhm.
right, because we've already got something on the agenda for the July, but the peach tree lot
Mhm.
is already there.
We have one
and
item.
So, anyway, and I'm not sure. Okay.
So I heard consensus to change that to the 19th,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Everybody's shaking their head? Okay, just making sure. Want to talk to you about these open records requests. I don't know how Sandra is sitting there sane right now. She is. But she has asked many of you to send her records, and she's not getting responses pertaining to specific open records requests. Crystal has tried to copy all of you, because even the emails you have, the emails you delete, we still have everything. She's tried to copy all of your emails, but most of your files are too large, and so she's not able to do that. So we're going to ask again for your cooperation when Sandra sends you those open records requests, so that we don't end up violating the law. We need to respond.
I just had a question. You did give us a choice. Is that choice still where the IT could run it?
No. Well, so
Okay.
most of the time, yes. So one of the open records requests, I was able to do the search and pull, and I gave Sandra a USB drive.
Mhm.
There was 1,400 emails in regards to that open records request. And one of the ones that Sandra asked for, or gave y'all the option for IT to pull, just pulling yours with one person was 18,000 emails.
Oh my gosh.
And so the search method, the way the search feature works, because of the way the open records requests are asked, I would have to do every possible combination of you and every possible board member. So you and David Smith, you and Ms. Mauser, you and anybody that belongs to committee, because that's the way that the open records request was asked, between you
When
and
it's been
all the
refined.
counselor,
Gotcha.
between the committee. So it pulls up 18,000 something emails. Well, it exceeds the amount that the search engine can download into an export file. And so I don't want to get it wrong and not include an email I'm supposed to turn over. And so I'm leaving that up to each individual person. If you were included in that email to turn over records, you're going to have to go through your own records, because you know what's there. I would have to read all 18,000 emails to determine whether or not they satisfy her open records request.
Okay, so cancel what we said this week or last week, so go through and, because I usually do that, but I guess I got lazy.
So can we have a moratorium on writing emails?
I would like to add, though, that I do need a response quickly, because if we pass the 10 days, if there's something that I have to ask the AG to withhold, we've missed it, and I have to release whatever that is.
We need to comply with the 10 days.
Okay, so, I was under the impression it was going to go to IT, so
And
I will go
I
back.
replied back and said that
You
to
did?
that email, I hit reply all and said, hey guys, this is too large. It's, the question's too vague.
Okay.
Everybody's gonna have to pull your individual emails, and I included David Jordan and Dr. Edwards in that email and said, I left your email active so you can comply with this open
Okay.
records request, because I can't
do that
do it.
then. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Mayor and council, also, council members and committee members in the audience, if there's an open records request between you and me, please get it in as soon as possible so that I can review them to see that if there's any attorney-client privilege to withhold, to ask the Attorney General to withhold.
Okay, moving on. We just struck a new deal with Bannis Towing at their suggestion. Is a great one. When an accident scene has to be cleaned up, they used to call somebody out to clean it up, and then they would charge the individual responsible, for whatever they were billed for the cleanup. Now we're using our front-end loader to clean up the scenes, but they will still charge the person in the accident for the cleanup, and then we will get the cleanup fee. And so we this Forward Progress just earned the citizens of Leon Valley a $2,800 check for a cleanup that Public Works did. And so I think that's really outside of the box thinking, and I want to compliment the police department, Public Works, in conjunction with Bannis Towing for doing that for us.
Can I just understand that? So there's a major accident on Bandera Road, and they tow the car away, but there's glass and debris. And so here comes the front loader from Public Works, and they clean it up.
That's
and
right.
We got a check for $2,000?
$2,800 for a cleanup.
Wow. Okay.
And some of those cleanups could be spills, like oil spills or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what this one was for.
And we have the personnel for it? I mean, are they busy that day? You know what I'm saying?
When they're available, we've been
Okay.
using them.
Okay.
And the thing about Public Works is that they're so quick to get there, and they've done such a good job. Now the police would rather use them than anybody else.
Sure.
And so if they're going to use them, Bannis is going to bill them like they would anybody else, and then just forward that money to the city.
Okay.
So I thought it was extremely creative.
Certainly.
And I was very happy with that.
Councilor Martinez.
I know one thing Bannis does is they give the whatever stuff they use to clean up oil spills and gas spills and stuff. They normally give a couple bags to the fire department, so they're normally first on the scene, and they can just spread that out, and then Bannis will sweep it up or do whatever after they clear the accident. So that's another thing Bannis is doing free to the city.
There are new blinking stop signs on Rue Francois and Mike Nesmith.
And Mr. Perry says thank you.
Yep. And so those were put out as a result of a neighborhood complaint that they're sitting there watching the stop sign violators. And Public Works got that done last week, I believe, late last week. Also, you've probably seen a lot of the media on House Bill 31, or the bill that bans red light cameras in Texas. That was signed by Governor Abbott. According to Section 7 of this bill, the local authority may continue to operate the system under our ordinance and under the terms of the contract until the expiration date specified in the contract. So what you saw was a lot of media coverage over the weekend, and I'm receiving them. I think Chief Joe's receiving them. When are they coming down? When is Leon Valley? Am I going to get a refund? And so I'm having to respond to a lot of this stuff. And the answer is you're not getting a refund. They're not coming down, not until the city council says they come down. And so that's the consistent answer here. And as far as the interpretation of the law thus far, and I'm sure there will eventually be a lawsuit or something will happen, but we have ours for another 19 years. And so the other thing that the piece of legislation did is that, although we weren't doing it, it used to be that if you did not pay your red light camera citation, that the state could actually withhold the registration of your vehicle. You might not be able to register your vehicle. So that is no longer allowable. So if somebody does not pay a red light citation fee in Leon Valley, they will be turned over to a collection agency. So, because I've been reading, I've been getting emails going, well, we're going to rip it up. It's like, go ahead. But that's what we will do. We'll turn it over to a collection agency. So that will be our means, just so you know. And so you're able to answer these questions if people ask them of you.
Wasn't there something a few years ago that if you did turn it over to a collection agency, it couldn't affect your credit score?
There was a federal case several years ago that talked about it going to a credit bureau, but never did it say you couldn't turn it over to a collection agency.
Okay,
So
but
that's the difference
would
there.
it affect their person's credit
No,
score?
because it couldn't go to a credit bureau.
Okay.
Congratulations to Leon Valley for successfully hosting the Junior Law Enforcement Academy competition last Saturday. I was only able to stay till about lunchtime, as was, I think, Crystal and a couple of other staff members. I know Sandra, many of the police officers, fire chief, fire guys, Counselor Rodriguez worked this entire event. This was all day long. It was hot and it was humid. Counselor Charles. Oh, that's right. That's right. And I was standing there on the porch with you. I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah, that's right. Whew. That was a long day, and I only did half of it. So anyway, the San Antonio Area Police Chiefs Association asked us to host it. They like the setup of the conference center and the park and all that area, and we use everything. We even use, what are the name of those apartments right there on Poss Road? Trace. Yes. We use the Leon Trace apartments. The manager there is very cooperative for a domestic violence scene that the junior law enforcement officers are processing. I was actually a jogger that ran across a dead body, and I had to be the actress for that. So anyway, so we all take on a different role to help with this Junior Law Enforcement Academy, but they specifically requested Leon Valley again, and we had done it last year, and I kind of thought it would move around, but it looks like they like having it here, so it was successful. And so congratulations primarily to the police department, public works staff, the 2 counselors that participated, and the staff that gave up their Saturdays to come do it and make it successful. Now, I got a request today that I'm not comfortable with. The library wants to co-sponsor an event with the dance people, the Smash Dance people, on July 26th, which is a Friday, from 10 to 4. And the actual event will run from noon to 3. My issue with signing this as a city-sponsored event, because sometimes I'll sign for city-sponsored event and say, oh yeah, we can co-sponsor that, because it's not going to affect our revenue. This one quite possibly can affect our revenue, so I'm not really comfortable signing this without council consensus. And so the way it would affect our revenue, if anybody wanted to rent out the facility on Friday, July 26th, they wouldn't be able to, because they wouldn't be able to set up and decorate and everything. So we might lose those rental fees. So I don't know, I could decline it and tell them they need to do it a different day. Or if you're comfortable with it, we can co-sponsor it. But I was not comfortable signing it because of the possible revenue loss for the city.
Is this event a charging event? I mean, are they going to be bringing in revenue?
No, ma'am, not at all. No. It is a summer reading program and a dance event in conjunction with Smash Dance. It's going to target kids from approximately ages 8 to 13. It's called Fortnite, and it's very popular right now, supposedly, unbeknownst to me. But Smash knows what that's about. There's dance involved, and they'll be teaching some of the street moves that are really popular right now. Anybody know?
And do they have? Do they have an estimate of attendance?
They do not have an estimated attendance on here. No, ma'am.
Most things with the library
I'm
are
sorry.
very well attended.
On the form, 100 children plus.
Okay. All right.
On the letter, no, but on the form, yes.
Is there anything scheduled for the conference center?
I asked Maribel, and she said currently there is nothing scheduled, but we do book up for the summer. So the pleasure of the council.
Is it something we could say, okay, tentatively, unless it gets scheduled by a deadline?
Mayor, Councilor Bradshaw, I don't think so, because they start advertising it right away.
Okay,
so once they do that, then.
So what is our rental fee for the conference?
Well, because
depends.
this would be a nonprofit,
No, not for that group. If we lost a rental fee, how much would that be?
$800.
Do we get much for the afternoon? Because that's really an afternoon event.
The issue is when they have events, it's usually a quinceañera or wedding or a, 50th anniversary or something like that. So they require the date, 6 hours before to set up for it.
I thought they
and
had a
so-
minimum time ahead of time that they could rent it. We don't have that anymore?
What do you mean? a minimum?
Like they have to have it rented a month before?
No, if it's open, we'd rent it out.
Okay.
Okay, so the alternative would be for them to file a in-kind grant, right? And it would come to us?
I don't think we need to file an
But
in-kind
I'm just
grant.
saying,
This
but
is
we
a-
probably, if we saw the in-kind grant application, they probably would meet the threshold.
The difference
Probably.
is this is a
Is
City
what
of
I'm saying.
Leon Valley event. It's a library doing it in conjunction with
library.
SMASH.
I forgot about
Exactly.
that. I thought, I heard Smash.
Yeah,
so-
no, in conjunction with SMASH. Yeah,
Okay.
and so this is literally from Sandy Underwood, and I just said, I'm not comfortable without council approval signing this.
Does that coincide, I remember reading something from her that the end of the summer reading event is right around that date. It's the 21st or 26th.
Isn't it the 27th?
Well,
You know what, I have it right here. Hold on. July 20th is the summer reading wrap-up event.
yeah, so that might be a good thing in conjunction with it, but that's a Friday, which is
At 10:30 in the morning, it's a Saturday, actually.
Saturday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's look at the pluses and minuses of this. What benefit would this bring to our city?
Counselor, are you asking
Yeah,
me?
what benefit would this bring to our city?
Mayor, Counselor Martinez, it would get children to read and engaged and excited about reading. That's a benefit to the city. It would bring people from the outside who are participating in this event
And they might go to
into your
Taco
city.
Bell, or they might go to
Sure.
Dairy Queen and eat lunch.
Absolutely. They may get gas here, they may eat here, they may shop here, we don't know.
So what's the negative, other than we possibly can lose $800?
That's your negative, is the revenue loss. That's it.
And
I
we
think
should
the
do it.
library has earned, with everything
too.
they've done, I think they've earned it, so I have no problem with it.
I'd like to make a motion, we approve,
Okay,
give her the authorization to go ahead and do this.
It's just a
I
consensus.
just need a consensus.
Okay,
Any,
I vote for it.
I vote for it.
For it.
All right, yeah.
Okay,
Agreed.
so we have a
There's no-
consensus, I'm going to sign this thing. Because as a council, you set the rental rate, this feels like me waiving the rate, and I don't feel like I should have done that, so.
Thank you
that.
for
It's
bringing
signed,
that to
And I'll
us.
get it out of there. Okay. We already talked about red light cameras. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about, one more thing on red light cameras, that's become a press issue. In fact, I was on, what's the NPR program?
All things considered.
All things considered about this. And that's due process with these red light cameras. So if the officer pulls you over because you run a red light, the officer turns on their siren, they stop you, they issue you a Class C misdemeanor citation, and you can either pay it or you go to court. That's your due process there. You can go plead your case with the judge. Due process is actually greater for a red light camera violation because, number one, there's several mechanisms in place. We use the computer-generated imagery and the film, of course. So you're going to get the citation in the mail. You are going to be able to go in the comfort of your home to your computer and watch yourself run the red light or not and see the images. So there's the first thing that happens. If you have an issue with something, you can go to the police department and talk to a certified law enforcement officer about it. But before you've actually received that ticket, you've had a set of eyeballs, a certified law enforcement officer saying, yes, that's a citation. Now, it's no longer a Class C misdemeanor when the red light camera issues that citation. It becomes a civil penalty. So it's actually a lesser offense if the officer didn't catch you, but instead saw you on the computer screen. So once you get that citation, You can go talk to an officer about it and say, hey, look, we catch most of these, but this was during a funeral procession, and the officer can say, okay, bye. Or you can come and appeal to the hearing officer twice a week. If you don't like the decision of the hearing officer, you can appeal to the municipal court judge. So there's actually much more due process with a red light camera generated violation than there is if an officer stops you. And so I wanted to make sure you understood this, because this is another question and another thing that's out there right now, and I just want to empower you with this information so you know that this is not a violation of our due process.
So a civil penalty is just a fine?
Civil penalty is a fine, and it's a
Okay.
cheaper fine than if
Than a
an
mis-
officer stops you even.
And is
the
a
price is even
misdemeanor on your criminal record or?
Class C traffic
C?
offense.
Oh,
which is-
traffic offense.
But it's a Class C misdemeanor.
Okay, but that's,
It's, the red light cameras don't generate a Class C misdemeanor.
okay, so
It's
it's
civil
actually a
penalty.
lesser
It's not even
violation?
it's not a criminal offense.
Okay.
It's a civil
Civil
it's a-
penalty.
Okay.
civil violation, I guess. I don't even know how to
Do,
Well,
classify
civil
it.
penalty versus, yeah,
So my concern is just, that's what I've been reading. Those are the questions that the media is coming up here asking, and I want you all to be armed with this information so you know what we're saying and the information that we're delivering out there.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
do we know what the cost of the misdemeanor is? If you got pulled over by an actual officer and got a ticket versus the red light cameras?
Red light's
That-
75.
Right, red
Mayor,
light 75.
Council, it's 174.
Okay, wow.
$100, $99 more.
Yeah,
Wow,
$100 more.
okay.
That's
Interesting.
that's the fine and court costs.
Okay,
So
thank you.
But the red light camera is 75 flat.
$5.
That's right. Okay. All right. I had a question. The status of the blinking speed light on Evers, it seems to be broken. It's been down for about maybe 2 weeks, right by Forestell. Melinda knows what I'm talking about. It slows our people down on Evers Road.
Oh, I know which one you're
Yes,
talking
uh-huh.
about. I don't know what the status is.
It's under warranty. The LED
Okay.
panel went out, and
Okay.
so we took it down and took it back to Public Works, and we're just waiting on delivery of that
Okay.
panel.
All right. Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
I'm just about finished. Next city council meeting, June 18th, 6 o'clock PM. We have a neighborhood renewal program coming up this Saturday. I'm not going to be here. It starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. What area? Neighborhood renewal? Usually is. Okay.
Can you send that
I
out
will
to us?
send, that
Yeah,
information will
okay.
get sent out. Melinda, will you make sure that Dave Demeline sends that to me, please? Thank you. And so normally we have staff, and sometimes we have some counselors come in and help participate. I know Counselor Alcacer and I had snakes and rats and roaches together one Saturday. So it's a fun time. Summer reading kickoff, the Big Rig Petting Zoo, Monday, June 10th, 10:30 to noon at the library. Children's recording artist Joe McDermott, June 18th, 10:30 at the Conference Center. July 4th parade is going to be at 9:30, followed by the July 4th festival at 5 o'clock p.m., which is what you all voted on. Happy Tales Exotic Animals, Tuesday, July 9th at 10:30 at the Conference Center. Summer reading wrap-up, we just talked about that, it's July 20th at 10:30. We're going to change the coffee with the mayor and council to Saturday, July the 20th, from 9 to 11 or 11:30. What did you all decide? I don't believe I got a decision out of that one.
I'm for
Can we
11.
I'd say 11, but we put citizens
Can we
to be
put
heard
citizens to be heard
first,
first, then
and
I'm
we
okay
keep
with
the agenda items one or no more than two.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So citizens to be heard first.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Soapbox Derby, Saturday, October 12th. Boy, October's going to be busy. From 8 to 5, every Saturday we're going to be here in October. On Evers at the Leon Valley Community Center and Conference Center. Halloween party, October 26th at the library, and then that's when we do the Arbor Day tree adoption and the Trash to Treasure. That's a busy day. The pet costume contest, that's always fun. And then the next coffee with the mayor and council, you change that one as well to October 19th. Same scenario, we'll put citizens to be heard first. Annual Christmas tree lighting's already been scheduled for December 2nd at 5:30. We're not even to the 4th of July, and we're talking about Christmas trees. And the annual breakfast with Santa's on December 7th at the Community Center. It's sponsored by the Friends of the Library from 8 to 10:30 in the morning. That was a long city manager's report, and I apologize for that. Any questions?
I just had one addition that just came in this week as a follow-up to our last meeting, and that's the Grandparents' Day concert. I don't know what day it is, but Maribel Mendoza confirmed that the Beethoven band, who had been here many, many, many years, is confirmed to play at the Grandparents' Day concert. I think it's the second Sunday in September at 2:30. In the
You are
conference
right.
center.
It is a Sunday in September. It's at 2:30, and Beethoven's going to play, but I don't know which one, so I'm just going to go from your memory.
It's the second.
It's the
That's
second.
usually
Second?
second Sunday is
Okay.
usually Grandparents' Day.
Thank you.
So if
that
we
needs
could
to be
just
put on.
advertise and get the seniors, so I know the senior community centers like to come, so, okay.
So Sandra, can you put Grandparents' Day on the upcoming events, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just,
Council-
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to let y'all know that anyone who missed the ethics training, it's online now. It's under our website at under the Departments for Human Resources. There's a box there for ethics training 2019. So if anybody asks, they can go there and click on that, and it'll take you to a YouTube site, and you can view the ethics training there. If you need a certification form, just let me know and I can give it to you so that you can, after you watch the 3-hour presentation, you can turn it back into me or Crystal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for Ms. Kinsler from either the dais or any of our members of our community in the chambers? Okay, yes, thank you. I think that was your longest city manager report ever, but that's okay. We got a lot of information. Thank you. Moving then to agenda item number 6, citizens to be heard. Anyone in the chambers like to address the council, please come forward. Ms. Martinez, I believe you've got your hand up first, and state your name and where you live, and you have up to 5 minutes.
It should take about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Pat Martinez, Leon Valley. I wanted to speak tonight since the citizens to be heard will not be able to speak at the 312 meeting. I feel the council's decision to approve the ordinance that will silence the people is out of line and hinders our freedom of speech. There have been many accusations brought with reckless regard for the truth concerning my husband, Councilor Martinez. In my opinion, it is their intent to get others to believe misleading information. They made false statements and do not care about the effects and damage it will do as long as their agenda to remove Councilor Martinez from the dais is accomplished. Every council member has a report of the findings from Mr. Henry's investigation. 4 out of 6 complaints were determined to have no merit, according to Mr. Henry. In my opinion, Catherine Rodriguez's claims of sexual harassment was a planned attack on my husband, well planned, well in advance, before she made a complaint. Also, in her testimony, she made a remark about me. She stated she used to get along with me, and I wondered what part of the universe did that happen. She further states that she believes I started to hate her. While she was unsure why. She believes it may have to do with my observations of my husband's behavior towards her. Nothing could be further from the truth. We have never had any conversation that I can recall. No saying hi in passing, no shaking hands, no social contact. She is a virtual stranger to me, even though we know each other. It really upsets me that she would imply that we got along. I have no reason to associate with Ms. Rodriguez. Her comment on my seeing anything strange or upsetting to me is why she believes I hate her. It's another false accusation. Never saw any behavior like she is insinuating from my husband towards her. As for hating her, I have no hate for her. Hate is a disease that eats you alive from inside out. I have more pride in myself to allow that to happen. And if she can tell this small and insignificant lie, where is her credibility? And your job as a council body is to look at the complaints brought forward and decide on the merits of the evidence and not make a decision because of personal opinions not necessarily based on fact or knowledge. A person is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It applies to all accusations. I know all these accusations are false beyond any doubt. Pray you listen with your heart, and praise be to God.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Martin Rodriguez. I am Dr. Rodriguez's father.
Mm-hmm.
I have listened to the charges against Mr. Martinez brought by my daughter and other people. In my opinion, if I had been charged with anything at all, and if I thought I was guilty, I would like to be placed on trial or like to have been declared innocent or guilty today, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one else for citizens to be heard, then we'll move to announcements by the mayor and council. Councilor Charles, do you have any announcements this evening?
I just wanted to say that the participating in the junior law enforcement activity, the competition, there were 18 teams, and what I really enjoyed about it was to see the pride, the determination, and the confidence these high school students put forth in their competition. They were really, really proud of themselves for doing something right, and they really listened to the critiques by the people who were evaluating them. I worked with 2 DEA agents in this scenario was home security or checking out a home, and they were looking for me because I was a drug dealer. And so they and so I got handcuffed a lot. But anyway, they were just very ask a lot of good questions when the critique happened. And what I liked about the DEA agents is they started out with what maybe they could improve, but they always ended up with all the positives. So it was a great experience.
Thank you. Councilor Rodriguez.
I too, like Donna, participated in the Explorers event this weekend. Really exciting, really fun. Like she said, the students, you could tell who was more properly trained and how well they had been trained and how long they had been training. All excellent teams. It was really great. I also got a chance to participate with the Children's Hospital and the Police Department in collecting cereal for the Rowan Memorial Cereal Drive. I saw some of our citizens stop by, so graciously donated. It was a great cause, and to do something for somebody else and take yourself out of the equation is always a good feeling.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Alcacer.
I saw a nice feature that recently about a city that has painted the electrical boxes. It had got the citizens volunteering to do that, and it made a huge difference in the way the city presents itself. And I was hoping we might try to do something like that. Those who felt they were artists or actually were artists volunteered their time and sometimes volunteered the paint and that, but the city, I think, contributed the paint and got permission to allow that to happen. a sad thing happened in front of my house. Somebody ran over a turtle. I hadn't seen a turtle walking around for quite a while, and it was like already about 5 inches and had a beautiful shell on it. But so watch for turtles crossing the street. The fireflies are still out. If you haven't seen them, they're also a wonderful sight. We were talking about the Virginia Beach people, but there's a whole lot of people affected by the flooding, and the Salvation Army here is collecting for some of the flood victims who have lost everything. If you're a citizen of San Antonio, whether you're here or watching, please vote. A very small percentage have voted, and there's hundreds of thousands of people who can vote in San Antonio. And then finally, my new slogan of the night is to opt for optimism. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez.
I had a meeting with the Alamo Area Radio Organization. It's a ham radio club, one of the biggest ones in San Antonio. At the end of the month, June 22nd, they have what they call Field Day, where ham radio operators or different organizations or even individuals set up radios in parks, different remote locations, preferably off the grid. They want battery power or generators or some other solar power to run the radios. And it's a 24-hour competition to see how many contacts you can make around the world. And it's just to simulate disaster preparedness. This organization was planning on utilizing the American Legion post on Grossenbacher out on just on the other side of 1604 on I-90 or Highway 90, but somehow they had a conflict and they can't use that facility anymore. And they asked me if we could use Raymond Rimkus Park. They don't want to use. They're not going to go 24 hours, but they want to know if they could use the park from noon, about 10 o'clock in the morning to midnight, and they want to use the area. If you drive into the big parking lot, the wooded area on the right-hand side, that would be perfect for them to set up antennas and they've set up some tents and stuff to protect them from the sun. But they would want to use see if they want to use the park for that event. And one of the things that they're going to set up is what they call a GOTA station, and there will be signs available there. So anybody here in the audience, if you want to talk on the radio, maybe you'll talk to Japan or Russia or someplace around the world. They'll have a radio set up, and they'll let you operate. And you can talk as long as you want on the radio to how many people you wanted to talk to. But of course, the other people will be dedicated to try to making as many contacts as they can. But I just want to know if it'd be possible for them to use the park till midnight.
What is the date of this?
The 22nd.
Of
Saturday?
June?
Yeah.
When's the next park commission meeting? I was just texting Melinda asking her, when's the park commission meeting? What's the date? Because usually for an event like this, we run it through the park commission, then it comes back, but I don't know.
I know this is short. I just
Right.
was at the got noticed yesterday.
We posted the agenda, but we can post an amendment to the agenda.
Okay.
All he has to do is get me a letter of request and explain the event, and we can take it to the park commission meeting next Thursday.
Okay.
Perfect.
We go to the city council meeting, the next city council meeting.
So what is his deadline to get you that letter?
I need to
for
know
the
pretty
amendment?
quick.
Yeah. So
Just,
they're looking at other avenues, but they're thinking of Raymond Russell Park, but they want like $300 to rent the facility for the day, and then there was another one that you had to have a constable there for the whole event at $50 an hour. And it just makes it.
Just give me something for the heading that I can put on the agenda, and then if you can get me the letter by like Monday, that'd be great.
I'll have the president send you a letter.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have a consensus that this could happen? Or give them.
It's going to go
I don't
through the
think
park
you can
commission.
do
It just needs to go through the process. Let the park commission, and then it'll be brought back to you on the 18th, so there'll be time.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
my only concern is he's going to want to advertise. And Sandra just said she hasn't posted your park agenda yet, so you don't need to amend it. She'll just add it to there.
When's the next council meeting?
18th, June 18th.
22nd.
Yeah.
If they gave their permission on the 13th, or if they gave their recommendation for approval on the 13th, and it would go to the city council on the 18th. Ooh.
The problem is that you have it's a nighttime thing, so it takes special.
You have an ordinance issue
For next year,
there.
if they plan for next year, I
You
think
know,
it would
if
be.
they could use the park right now till, what, 9 o'clock or till dusk when
Till
it's closed?
dusk.
Till
till-
sunset.
Yeah, but
sunset.
they want to continue, use it till midnight.
There's an ordinance against that right now. We have to come to the
And up to
council for that.
sundown.
It takes
It requires a
special.
variance.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd need a variance.
You'd have to have 2 hearings. You have to plan for next year, I think.
Either plan for next year, or can they postpone it to later in the summer?
No, because this is a
Yeah.
worldwide event. The ham clubs from all over the world are doing this, and it has to be that weekend.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
All righty. So I guess next year or another time. Okay. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Yeah, just real quick, as Councilor Alcazar was talking about all the things going on in the world right now, floods, and shootings and different things, it reminded me a little bit, a few years back, I was on a work assignment in Thailand, and they had just had a giant flood, like 100-year flood, and many families lost their homes completely, and we were over there. Our business, actually, factory over there was flooded, and so we were helping get things moved into the mountains and get set up and stuff. And I ended up going to a church service while I was over there. And I don't speak Thai, didn't I? But I did recognize the song that they sang during church service, and it was "Count Your Blessings." And so I just want to remind everybody to count your blessings, even though things aren't always going our way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Just as I know it's getting late, I just wanted to thank Representative Lopez. He came to our Bandera Road work group meeting today and really added a lot and had us really concentrate on trying to get a preferred option within 2 years because people want to know what it's going to look like. So, and then he also said, we got to have funding, and I can help at the state legislature, but I need to, we talked about fiscal notes. And so, anyway, he was just a great addition. I want to thank him again for coming. That was a big surprise to all of us. But I have invited him to come to the next city council meeting, June 18th, to give us a summary of the legislative, he said he was there 2.5 months, and try to just keep it pertained to the cities. But I know the manager and I were talking about there's a lot of bills, so I'm not exactly sure. But I said, no more than 15 minutes. So anyway, but I wanted to thank him. And then also on the utility boxes, I know we looked into that, Counselor, a while back, because I think it was Santa Fe did their utility boxes or Lions or something. I can't remember why we couldn't do it, but there was something. This was many years ago.
Permission, but
Yeah,
Texas
but anyway.
City, it was a Texas City.
Okay, so anyway, something must have changed from when we looked at it many years ago to now. So I think that would really beautify our community to have our utility boxes painted beautifully. So great idea. Thank you. All right. Let me move on then to the consent agenda. Is there anyone that would like to remove consent agenda item number 8.1 for discussion? And if not, may I please have a motion and a second to approve?
I move that we approve 8.1 as presented.
I second.
All right, I have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to approve consent agenda item number 8.1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to the regular agenda item 9.1, discussion and possible action on a resolution appointing members to the Charter Review Committee. And is it Ms. Pasolé? Are you going to present this agenda item?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Bringing this item to you to consider appointments to the Charter Review Committee. Let me turn that off. Isn't it? Yeah, hold on. Good one? Sorry. Okay. So this item is brought to you because your charter states that we need to have a charter committee review committee. The committee is to be formed by 13 citizens, which are appointed by the City Council. The way that this committee appointments would be done would be those, let's see, the mayor, place 4 and place 2 would appoint one person for 1 year term, and then place 1, 3, and 5 would be appointing for a 2-year term, and that's according to your ordinance.
What was that
Excuse me,
again?
I
I'm
think
sorry,
it's for
I'm
9
on the
months.
wrong one.
Yeah,
I'm on
right.
9-2.
Yeah.
Sorry, 3 committees tonight.
Right.
Sorry.
Uh-huh. I was
Okay.
going to say, wow.
I'm sorry about that. 13.
But it was 9 months. Yeah.
Sorry. And we do have several applications that came in. I will note that Donna Charles pulled her application after the election. I'm not going to read off all the names, but these are the dates that they all arrived in my office. There's no fiscal impact to the appointments of this committee. My recommendation would be to start with you, Mayor, and go through by seniority
I can
and
do it.
each appoint. Okay.
I just had a suggestion that we possibly might want to put the year behind the Charter Review Committee, like 2019, because, you know, in the next 4 years later, then we've got another one, just so we can keep it distinguished. I don't know. I was just thinking about
Absolutely.
that.
We can do that.
So, okay, very good. No, I'll just go ahead and go down. You have your list here in the book.
I do. There was one, this Robert Tribble, his came in yesterday, so I'm sorry, but the packet was updated today.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So we'll just go round robin. So, Ms. Charles, do you want to give your two appointments?
Suggesting
with the most senior.
most senior, you the mayor.
Well, since I'm running the meeting, I'm going to ask you to do it first because I'd like to see who everybody else is first for mine. So, yeah, Ms. Charles, go ahead.
I just have one problem for someone being appointed to the committee who has filed is in an active lawsuit against the city. I do have that objection, so. I'd like
Okay.
to consider, I know it's not, we don't have any rule that says that, it's just, we have
Okay.
considered it before.
All right, thank you. Ms. Charles.
I appoint Albert Alcacer and Matthew Hody.
Thank you. Councilor Rodriguez.
I'd like David Jordan and Ed Alonzo.
Councilor Alcacer.
Okay, just a minute, please. I would like to appoint William Johnson and Michael Marin.
Thank you. Counselor Martinez.
The two people are Olin Yarnell and Mike K. Davis.
Thank you. Counselor Bradshaw.
I would like to appoint Josh Stevens and Jackie Conrad.
Okay. And my appointments are Adam Castillo, Ami Sinclair, Ami Sinclair, A-I-M-E-E Sinclair, and Phyllis McMillan. So,
Just need a motion to accept as
okay.
as stated.
All right, so if we can have a motion.
I'll make a motion. We accept the people appointed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Martinez and a second by Counselor Alcacer to appoint the 13 people so stated. All those for the Home Rule Charter Review Committee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Yes.
There's one item that I would like to see is, and this is an item, the last item on our agenda tonight, is that that we have no staff involvement in this, let this committee run by themselves with no staff attending any of the meetings. And I'm going to recommend that we hire a separate attorney to review the charter.
Okay.
Mayor, just a point of order, the agenda item is to appoint members to the Charter Review Committee.
Right. I thought the charter
about
actually
hiring?
addresses that.
It does.
So I had it open. Yeah, it does, and I think it's. Yeah. Do you?
I think we have a motion on the floor, Mayor.
We already did. Yeah. He did. He had just.
But this
is. Yeah. This was just a comment, but it's not on the agenda, so it's just his comment. And I'd just like to add I don't know when we're going to be meeting or anything like that, or when the committee's going to be meeting, but how is that going to work?
I think that we had a little discussion about that, and just to get some clarification, I think, Ms. Kinsler, we were going to put that on the next agenda to discuss. But I would like to go back. The charter does state that the city attorney is the, I don't have it in front of me, but it states that she does have a major role with that committee. And that's in your charter. I can't remember the title it gives her. Denise, do you remember? Is it?
I've got it. It says, the committee shall inquire into the operation of the city government under the charter and determine whether any provision requires revision. To this end, public hearings may be held. The committee may request the attendance of any officer or employee of the city and the production of any city records that may be needed. So it's actually up to the committee. Purpose and recommendations is deemed desirable to ensure compliance with the charter, report its findings and present its recommendation to the city council in the form of report, and file a copy of its report with the office of the city secretary where it shall be a public record. The term of the office of the Charter Review Committee shall be not for more than 9 months. Upon finalization of the Charter Review Committee's report, the City Council shall receive the report. Notice shall be published in the official newspaper of the city that a copy of the report is available in the office of the City Secretary. The City Council shall consider any recommendations made or may order any recommendations be submitted to the voters of the city in the manner provided by state law. And the last section is, nothing in this section prohibits the City Council from forming a Charter Review Committee at a time or from submitting any amendments to the charter to election on its own initiative at any time in compliance with state law. So it doesn't say anything about the city attorney. It does say that the committee may request the attendance of any officer or employee of the city and the protection of any city records that may be needed. So it's up to the
I'm
committee.
sorry, yes, I may be thinking of the next one also.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's the ethics review one, right. So, anyway, I thought we were going to discuss the 9 months, or is that the next, I guess it's the next agenda item.
That's the maximum.
Is that going to be for the next council meeting? Like
Right, I
when they
think, well, the
meet and
9
when-
months, the first meeting would determine on when you are going to have this on the ballot. Is it going to be November or
So
is
it'll
it
be the
May?
next, we'll discuss that at the next
Correct.
council meeting. Okay, great. We won't go into it, but thank you. I'm glad to have my charter in front of me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the next one is discussion and possible action on a resolution appointing members to the Ethics Review Board. And Ms. Postle, if you'll continue, please. Thank you.
Seems like I know a lot more about this one than I did the last one.
I don't know.
Yeah, now I'm going to go back to the zoning. Anyway.
Okay.
Okay, so this is, I just happened to look and I thought, oh, we better put this back on because I think Denise and I were, the time is flying past, so quickly, but this was due to come back today anyway. But we do need to get your ethics committee in place. So the board shall consist of 5 members. This is a new committee for the city. And I don't know if you want to put a year on this one too. That's up to you. This one does have terms.
Oh, it does, yeah.
It has 5 members. Each member, like I stated before, those of you that were already on council, you're going to get to make an appointment for 1-year term. Those new appointment or elected officials will make a 2-year term appointment. Unfortunately, it doesn't include an appointment from you, Mayor.
I know. I thought that was so
different.
Different and, well, shucks. Usually, oh, well, never mind. No comment.
As I stated, the initial terms will be staggered. This will be done coterminous with the appointments of each of your seats. And it was to be done at the first election, or first meeting after the election, which is what we're doing tonight. Oh, and I'm sorry, one thing. No member shall serve for more than 3 2-year terms. Okay, the qualifications are members of the board shall have good moral character and shall be residents of the city. No member of the board shall be a salaried city official or employee, or an elected public official, a candidate for elected public office, or an officer of a political party. So we just need to make the appointments, and I put the term dates here. There's no fiscal impact, and I didn't read the C statement on the other 3 or the other 2, but the C statement is social equity. Every resident, business owner, operator, and other stakeholders are encouraged to volunteer and actively participate in the decision-making process that directly affects their community. Economic, citizens, and community stakeholders who engage in the decision-making process and contribute to the policy making of Leon Valley are spokesmen for the city. And environmental, citizens, and community stakeholders who engage in the process understand the city's initiatives and work to improve the quality of life in Leon Valley.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Very nice, yeah. No, that's a really good C statement that you came up with. Okay, very good. So we'll start with Council Place 1 nominee.
Karen Weidlich, RN,
I'm sorry?
Weidlich.
Would you spell her last name? She lives in your subdivision,
Yes.
right?
Weidlich, Karen, RN. Okay, yes.
Okay, very good. Yes, Councilor Rodriguez.
I'd like David Smith.
And Councilor Alcacer.
Karen Seifert.
Councilor Martinez.
Liz Malloy.
And Councilor Bradshaw.
I didn't see any applications for this. Is it just somebody that we pick out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I haven't consulted anybody about it either. So I don't have a name to nominate this time.
Okay,
Unless
can
somebody,
we
can I-
can
can
we
I
wait
ask
until next
people in the-
next
Back in 2
meeting?
weeks?
Yeah,
For the
Yeah.
one last appointment?
for the last appointment.
Is that okay?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
But I'd like to, if we, isn't this require a vote or
Yes.
no?
Yes. It's a resolution, yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I'd like to approve the other four
Sure.
and then
Fine.
approve his choice when he makes it. Is that acceptable?
Yes, ma'am, I can put it on consent as soon as he gives it to me.
Okay,
Mm.
That'd be good. Okay.
I so move.
Okay.
I second.
We have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Rodriguez to appoint to the Ethics Commission place 1, 2, 3, and 4 as presented. Place 5 will be at the next council meeting under the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay,
Did I
thank
tell you Denise is going to serve on that one?
That's the one she serves on. Okay. She's
Who?
She's a,
Ethics compliance officer.
oh, you're the ethics compliance officer? Is that what it is? Okay. All right. All right. Thank y'all very much for coming. And have a good evening. Okay. Then moving then to agenda item 9.3. Ms. Pesley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
Yes. An ordinance authorizing an amendment to the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Traffic and Vehicles, adding Article 12.08, Motor Assisted and Dockless Scooter, adding Section 12.08.001, Definitions, Section 12.08.002, Prohibitions, Section 12.08.003, Impoundment, and Section 12.08.004, Violations, setting a penalty for violations, providing a repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and for providing an effective date.
Okay. Good evening, Chief.
Good
Savaggio,
evening,
and
almost good
welcome.
night.
Yeah.
We'll do it afterwards, please. No, afterwards. No, ma'am. No. I'm going to try to go through this real fast. There's a lot of slides. I gave you all those slides so you could read over it and see what everybody is doing, but I'm going to kind of paraphrase some of those slides as we go through just to expedite it for time. If you have any questions, please let me know either here or contact me over the next 2 weeks for the next reading, and we'll try to go through this as quick as possible. So my purpose here is to get your feedback on amending the ordinance to add language in there on these dockless scooters and e-bikes. They call them all kind of different things. The state calls them motor-assisted scooters. So I use that, but then in parentheses put all the new terms that are going behind it throughout the city of Leon Valley. Just to give you some background, e-scooters, which was Bird, arrived in San Antonio. They just dropped off about 1,500 and just showed up with no ordinances. They showed up on the sidewalks, and it began a process between these companies to put as many as they could out there while there was no regulations. And so over the next couple of months, San Antonio ended up with about over 14,000. They figured 14,100. We actually started getting a couple here in Leon Valley, blocking our sidewalks, and we began picking them up. San Antonio basically now has made it where no new companies can enter the market, and they have a plan to reduce those by almost a third over the next couple of months. They decided they're going to go through a light touch and pretty much let them do what they want in favor of warnings and civic patience is what they called it. But it didn't last real long because a lot of people were pretty upset about it. Since September of 2018, 120 injuries, mostly cuts and abrasions. We've picked up 12 abandoned scooters. 4 payments have been received. The company really doesn't have anybody here for us to deal with. We have to deal with by email in California because it's all supposed to be like electronic through the internet. And so they have just lately came in and started making some payments, even though we've had them we could have sold them by now, but they've just been in our impound for quite a while. So they're paying $25 to get them out. So this has been going on since last June, a year ago June, and they believe there's been 2 million rides during that time period. Austin had that South by Southwest. They had 434 rides taken during that small time period. So they are being utilized, but they're also becoming a nuisance. As you can see, they were banned in the Fiesta parade routes, King William, Naosa, basically throughout Fiesta events they were banned because of the problems. Enforcement effort in San Antonio was pretty weak. They corrected 20,000 violations by being nice and moving them off the blocking of the sidewalk and all those types of things. They only impounded 70 scooters. They had 1,307 violations that were called in to 311. They've dedicated 4 people full-time to deal with the scooters downtown. So that's the money that's coming out of the taxpayer's pocket to deal with these violations. And they basically, between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m., most of your injuries occur, and I guarantee you those are all alcohol-related. There is a Senate Bill 549 was proposed. I have not heard whether it actually got signed yet. It was in the legislation. They had a public hearing on April 17th with no action taken. And these are the things that they wanted to do: require a driver's license, minimum age of 16 years of old, may not carry more than one person. You'll see 3 or 4 people on those things downtown. And set a maximum speed of 15 miles per hour. Some of those things can move, and they're on sidewalks normally in San Antonio. Come on now. They also operate on a path exclusive to bikes and pedestrians, or both. May operate, and then operate on a road with speed limit of less than 30 miles per hour. That's basically your neighborhood roads. Person may not park a motorcycle, scooter in a manner that obstructs a roadway, pathway. We already have that in regular laws. Say you can't do that with anything, including a scooter. And then the county municipality can further restrict the speed, operation, location, age of rider, and where they may be parked. And so regardless of what we do today or in the next 2 weeks, if that law went into effect, I think the way we're asking to craft it, we would continue to be, if they do this law, we would continue to be in compliance with that law in the future. So I don't think we're doing anything that's out of the ordinary. So San Antonio finally went in October. So from June to October, they put some fees in. Temporary ordinance. They must register and get a permit. The company does. Business permits, annual permit for each vehicle, fleet manager, which they're not doing. It's been a problem. Phone numbers for people to report them properly parked vehicles. Evidence that have insurance, evidence they're bonded, agree to indemnify the city. Must yield to pedestrians, use bike lanes when available. If no bike lanes, may ride on streets which have a speed limit of 30 miles per hour or less, and on sidewalks, including sidewalks adjacent to roads. And I think that's one of the things that they're actually fixing to take out is allowing them on the sidewalks in San Antonio. And then must obey all state and traffic laws. If ridden on sidewalk, must maintain a distance 2 feet from all pedestrians, and may not ride on the trails or creekways, plazas, and parks. They're keeping them pretty much out of all the park areas and the river, what do they call the river reaches and all that other stuff. Must be 16 years old, may not have a passenger, not be using a portable wireless communication device. They encouraged helmets but didn't require it. And they may not be parked on the streets except in areas designated by the director. That was all done by October 11th. They may be parked upright on a sidewalk and managed does not impede the normal or reasonable pedestrian access, or reduce the minimum clearance of a sidewalk to less than 3 feet. The problem with that is if you put it on the sidewalk, it's going to do that in most of your sidewalks. And real quickly, you're going to be in violation of ADA laws when it comes to those sidewalks. And then they came up with certain areas that they could not park them, bus stop areas within 15 feet, 8 feet of commercial loading zones, disabled parking zones, street fixtures like benches, parking, pay stations, 8 feet of curb ramps within 8 feet of a building entrance, on the trails, and all these other stuff. So on February 14th, just a couple months ago, they came in and amended those ordinances. They may not operate between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. Obviously, that's because of the alcohol-related incidents that were occurring and people were getting injured. They authorized city staff to remove dockless vehicles in prohibited areas. Director has authority to identify where the vehicles must be removed to accommodate the events. And so they've actually gone, since I did this presentation, and they've gone a step further in those things that they were looking at doing, of bringing it down to about 4,500 and putting RFPs out for 3 different businesses, only 3 different businesses. So they are reducing even the footprint even more. And so Other organizations, other cities now have also gone in and made some changes. Kirby made it illegal basically to leave it unattended, so you can ride it in Kirby, but you can't park it in Kirby. So basically, if they leave the thing unattended, they pick it up. It's against the ordinance. Almost Park, they've regulated it, but it's not approved yet. They're waiting on San Antonio because they're so close. And then Alamo Heights regulated it. It's basically similar to San Antonio, but they put a max of 75 scooters. And the reason they decided to go with basically what San Antonio was doing is because they're so close to downtown, and the college kids use it up and down Broadway, and they didn't want to take that away from them. New Braunfels banned it indefinitely, which was a temporary ban that became permanent in March of 2019. So our proposed ordinance, and we actually talked about this at the last coffee and got a lot of feedback from the citizens. And pretty much everything we said, do you want it here, do you want it there, was no, we don't want it, including all our streets and major streets and so on and so forth. So our definition of motor-assisted scooter comes right out of the state law. We're just following the state law and what these, how it's defined. And then continued, same thing that we just talked about. It does not include a pocket bike or mini motorbike. There were things that was at the meeting where people were concerned about the kids that have these other little things. You know, it would not include those things, and so it is spelled out in there. And it spells out what a pocket bike or mini motorbike is. Does not include mopeds, motorcycles, electric bikes, motorized mobility device. I know that was something else that was discussed, like the little people you see going up and down the road on those things. And then an electric personal assistive mobility device, basically a wheelchair on that one. And then a neighborhood electric vehicle, it's pretty much like a golf cart, somebody driving around the neighborhoods, but it wouldn't include any of that. And then in the interest of safety, operation of motor assisted vehicle on the following streets and sidewalks are prohibited. There's Bandera Road, Eckerd Road, Evers Road, Grissom Road, Huebner Road, on the hike and bike trail, Poss Road from Evers Road to Grissom. That's not into the neighborhood. It's just the main drag across the where the park is. Raymond Rimkus Park, the nature area, and Warsbach Road. Whoa. It says any motion-assisted scooter or electronic bike found unattended in the city may be impounded by the police. So if we find it, we're already doing it. If it's found in an area where it's blocking a sidewalk or on the roadway, we're already doing that. But if they're off, there's one spot that we haven't been, and it's right in front of Bill Miller's because of the way there's some extra concrete poured. And so when they've put them there, we've left them until somebody moves them in blocking the sidewalk, and then we remove them. So basically this will just basically say you can't leave them unattended in the city, otherwise they'll be impounded. An impounded motor assisted scooter may be released from the impound to the owner of such motor assisted scooter or to an authorized agent upon presenting proof of ownership and the payment of an impound fee of $25 plus a storage fee of $5 per day, which is $5 per day is not, we're not doing that at this time. And so we've had stuff in there for 8-9 months that we've maintained, and they're going to get it out for $25 flat fee right now. This would start charging them a daily fee because they're not responsive, and we don't have the room to keep 40 or 50 of these things. The 12 has already been a pain that we have. Go back. Anyone who violates section upon conviction be guilty of misdemeanor shall be punished by a fine not to exceed $500. So it's a Class C misdemeanor for riding them on those roads that we just identified. And we did not include neighborhood roads because there really wasn't a good way to delineate between these and a kid who gets a scooter for Christmas and wants to ride it in the neighborhood. And by state law, as long as it's 30-mile-per-hour speed limit, which is all our neighborhoods, they can do it. So at this time, I'm recommending we do not do that in the neighborhoods. If somebody's riding a scooter in a neighborhood less than 30-mile-per-hour speed limit or 30 miles and below, that they be allowed to do it. The kicker here is if they rode it from, let's say, San Antonio and park it in the neighborhood, it's unattended and it gets taken. It gets impounded. So real quick, the companies will know not to. They can put what they call geofence around Leon Valley and not let their stuff come into Leon Valley if we don't allow them to park the vehicle unattended. So at the coffee, we asked the question, should we allow scooters on? And as you can see, this was overwhelming for Bandera Road, obviously, the nature area, 92%. Hike and bike trail was probably the lowest at 66%, and everything else is pretty much over 70% of the people in the room that day said that we shouldn't allow it. So we believe this is a health and safety issue. People are getting injured. It's not, by blocking the sidewalks, you have people that can't, with ADA violations, can't get around those scooters and things. They've not been, it's not anything where we just rely on somebody to do the right thing and park it where it's not blocking anything. It doesn't happen. And so we have a social equity problems if we allow them to continue to do that. Economic development can be improved with the removal of the unattended motor-assisted scooters. We got complaints on them from businesses, from homeowners. We had some that actually were thrown in the creek behind somebody's home. We had a couple of them that we got from there too. So it does become a problem, and the unsightliness, environmental stewardness, these accidents, and the short term throughout the area has been a complete problem. People have been seriously injured. And those accidents cause problems and litter and debris on the roads. Okay, I think this was quick enough. Move. I'm trying not to. So fiscal impact, even though we're not looking at making money on it, if we do have these things impounded, we would get fines if they were to get the vehicles back, or we could turn around and sell them at auction like we do anything else that's impounded and not picked up. So our strategic goal is the safety and security of our residents and the people on the street and the sidewalks throughout the city. And so we're looking for recommendation and feedback on a scooter ordinance at this time.
Okay, thank you. Just seems like our citizens don't want the scooters with all that negativity up there.
Yes, the city of San Antonio, the citizens don't want it either.
Yeah, and I mean, the only place you can ride a scooter would be in the neighborhood. I don't know. Is it even, I don't know. And I know that the city of San Antonio July 1st, you can no longer ride your scooter on a sidewalk.
Correct.
You have to go in the street, and they don't have any bicycle lanes.
Correct.
And we don't have any bicycle lanes.
Correct.
I don't know if we even have the infrastructure to allow scooters right now. That's my question. And the thing is, if you're in the neighborhood, you can't go anywhere. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can't go down to HEB. You can't go down to, you can't get on Evers.
Right.
So I don't know. What do y'all think? I mean, I'm thinking, I'd like to see the almost part. Well, which one banned it? It was New Braunfels.
New
right?
Braunfels completely
banned
banned
it. I'd like to see that ordinance. But again, on the flip side, I hear we have to keep the millennials in mind, because they like to do the scooters. I don't know. So, yes, I'd love to hear from you, Mr. Alonso. Can I hear from the council, and then we'd love to hear from you. I just don't know what the answer is, but there's a lot of people that don't want it up there. So, who else? Yes, Councilor Martinez, and then Councilor Charles. Yes, go ahead.
Do you know what the approximate cost of each of these scooters is?
Councilman Martinez, I do not. I know that the original ones that got put out were not engineered to withstand the abuse that a person who don't care about it would give, that's drunk, and so a lot of them were breaking. So the original ones that we have are probably a little bit cheaper than the ones they're putting out now. So I could look it up for you, but they're not real expensive. But it's not the same kind of scooter you would buy for your grandson to go ride in the neighborhood either. I mean, they have GPS in them and the whole 9 yards.
But so if you charge $25 and $5 a day, at some point it's going to be uneconomical for them to pick it up unless they pick them up right away.
Well, the funny thing about this is because of the way that the business model works, is people come within 12 hours. They come here because the people get paid to pick them up and charge them. And so when the thing shows that it's not where it's supposed to be, it starts beeping on their end. They can see it, so people come up and want to get it so they can go charge it. So people are showing up from the company, and I use that very loosely because they're getting paid $5 to go charge the thing and put it back on the street. But are they really employees? And so they know within minutes that we've moved this thing. It's because of their business model, and they don't have representatives here, and that's how they're making their money. They don't have infrastructure built into it, and there's nobody here except the people that are running around with their little app showing that there's 10 of them beeping, and they beep in our Sally Port here, and they come up and say, hey, I'd like to get it out, and we say, okay, that'll be $25. Ooh, no, never mind. And then they leave. So the company knows they're here, and they got GPS. It's just their business model is they really don't have the ability to have somebody come. And so even our dealings with the ones that have been picked up, even though we've told them we have 12 of them here, or 10 of them with that one company, they're sending us checks one at a time, sporadically, even though they know they're here. And so it's a mess.
But at some point, the batteries are going to die.
Right.
And now you have a unit that's not going to show the GPS anymore.
Yeah, but they know they're here because we're sending out letters as soon as we get them. We send the letters to their company and notify them that they're here. Then we send a follow-up letter notifying them after 30 days, I believe, there's a time frame. So they know they're here. We've got certified letter. We tell them we're going to sell them if you don't come get them. And so we haven't not sold any of them at this point because we're hoping they'll come get them. And then to sell them, we'd really have to do some modifications to take the GPS out so that it don't start beeping when you've bought it and taken it home, and now it starts beeping when you charge it up and they come get you.
I think Pat would shoot me if I tried to use one of those.
Councilor
I agree with the citizens from the coffee that said they didn't want them on all those streets. That was a high percentage, and those streets are very busy. And I said, they just show up out of nowhere. We had talking about, nobody had seen them in the neighborhoods yet. I woke up one morning, and lo and behold, they're right in our entrance, 4 of them. So I called, and they were right on the handicap ramp. So I called the police, and they came and picked them up.
Right. There you go.
So, okay. Anyone else? Mr. Alonso, I'd love to hear from you. I just wanted to say that I ran into I was at a luncheon last month, and this woman who's an engineer who used to, I don't know, she works for an engineering company. She had come to the MPO meeting, and she was on a walker. And I saw her last month, and I said, well, how are you doing? And I said, can I ask what happened? She said, yeah, I was hit. I was on a scooter, and she was hit riding a scooter and went into the street. And it was major surgery. She said she was out like 3 or 4 months. And when you sign up, there's no liability, so you can't go after the company. And so anyway, it was, I don't know. I think they're dangerous, but anyway, I wouldn't get on them. But would you, Mr. Alonso?
Mayor, I completely agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to say this is a pet peeve of mine. The way that they operate in the first place, I think, is completely irresponsible. Dumping scooters in any city is just an offense to that city. I think they're a nuisance because they always end up in the middle of the walkway, in the middle of the road. People who are using them just don't care. I also obviously think that they're a public health risk, and it's one that is going to be paid by the city or paid by whatever hospital has to manage that risk, right? I remember one time being downtown, I saw like an 8-year-old kid with flip-flops riding one of these without a helmet. I'm like, what kind of a parent would let that happen? That's,
I agree.
It's mind-boggling. I wouldn't let my daughter ride her training wheel bike without a helmet on. Like,
that's right.
So I am open to understanding if there's a limited public good from these that we should embrace in some specific way, shape, and form. I don't know that we can do that given our situation and our location. Maybe if we were downtown San Antonio where we had a very specific tourist district, we could do it. But I don't believe that that's necessarily something we can do. And ultimately, if we do regulate it and we do permit it, I think it should be treated like a bike or even motorbike, and not be permitted on the sidewalks, and have to follow the rules, and have to, I don't know if we have to helmet law for bikes in San Antonio or Texas. I think these things are just a bad news for a city. They're unsightly. But I do have a question for the chief. Where can I buy one for my family?
For real cheap. Yeah, that's right.
An auction real soon.
Yes, Melinda.
So the Park Commission Chairman, Roger Christensen, saw this item on the agenda, and he immediately put it on the agenda for the Park Commission because he's of the opinion that you should not allow them in any of the parks, and only 2 of the parks are named in the PowerPoint. I don't know if it's in the ordinance or not. I didn't read that, but he would like to see it say park system, period. He doesn't want them in there. We have a lot of trouble right now with joggers and bikers not sharing the road, so to speak, in there, and he thinks that this would just be another added irritant.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to hearing.
And I don't remember if all of them were named or.
I thought it was just Raymond Remkus in the natural area. That's and the hike and bike. Those hike and bike trail, which is still, it's not finished yet, but it's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah. So those are the three areas.
Would there, and excuse my ignorance, Melinda, the other small parks, is there any like infrastructure to allow them to ride it, like sidewalks? And we can add all our parks.
The Silo, the Old Mill, and the Ridge, and then the what's the trail on Grass Hill, right?
The
Heatherton Trail. So those would be the 4.
And then there's also the Linkwood Trail that still hasn't been developed back out either. And so
The Linkwood Trail?
There's a little trail
where's
next to
that one?
Pavona Place at the dead end of Evers.
Oh, yeah.
And it goes back towards
right.
Linkwood, turns and goes behind the church. And so the only park area that won't have a trail that these could be used on would possibly be the El Verde Road Park that hasn't been developed yet. But even that's a huge piece of property. It's 2 acres. And so the model that the Park Commission tries to do is a walking trail at every path, a pavilion, exercise equipment, and they're wide so that we accommodate ADA. And so it just lends itself to a scooter. And so he would like for the language to say the park system.
Okay. But Chief, could you, yes.
Yeah,
go
just
ahead.
one comment about that. I said most of the park systems have to be, you have to get there by coming on one of those streets that we don't want them.
No, you're right.
That's
Wholeheartedly.
what I'm saying. It's very limited.
Mayor and Council, at the pleasure of you, if you want me to add all our parks, I have no problem doing that.
Well, I'm sure, I have no problem with that. I don't know about anybody else either. I mean, I think that's the safety issue. But could you I'd like to see the city that says no.
New Braunfels?
I'd just like to see how they craft it and
Okay.
how they, well, I mean, I just think we should see both, no, and then limit. This is so limited. I mean, really, you can only use it in the neighborhood.
Right.
And I don't know. Anyway, so what do y'all think? Is that acceptable?
Well, I guess
Okay.
in your neighborhood, if you came in from the east, from San Antonio, you could get into the Forest Oak area and be legal. And I don't know if you could cross Evers and get into.
Well, you're not supposed to be on Evers,
No.
so,
Well,
or
could you
Seneca.
cross? Could you
We
cross
should,
it?
we should put Seneca on there too.
Could you cross it?
We don't have Seneca
could you
over
cross
there,
Evers
but that's a major
and get
street.
into-
Cross it at all. You shouldn't be on that road at all.
Yeah.
And so, we can add Seneca to it. It's not a problem.
I think so. Yes, sir.
One thing I wanted to add is, if we're concerned about the family having a scooter and riding it, and I think families generally are responsible with their equipment, right? Because they paid for it. Maybe we could just specifically call out commercialized vehicles in this manner, so that we're very specifically talking about businesses and letting families have that freedom to have those
Okay.
scooters if
That's
they
a good
do want
idea.
them.
Yeah, good compromise. Thank you so much. That's why we like to hear from our citizens, because they always come up with good ideas.
So, while it'd be a great idea, and I'd have to look to our attorneys to give me an answer on this one.
Okay.
If you're discriminating against a business,
a business
versus
versus
a family
Uh-oh.
for the same type of vehicle, I'm not sure that we could do that.
Okay.
But
Okay,
we can
very
research
good.
it.
Thank you.
That'd be my only concern.
Okay. All
But
right.
I agree. I mean, if that's the case, we don't need to do any of the roads. We can just say within the city of Leon Valley. The reason it was crafted the way it was to kind of overcome some of the concerns at the coffee that people had with, Johnny, 12-year-old son riding a scooter that he got for Christmas. That was kind of the discussion at the coffee, the concern from the citizens.
And Chief, would you also research, what about the Howard Peak trail, hike and bike trail? Are those scooters allowed there? Because our trail in Leon Valley will connect to that trail eventually.
From my understanding,
So,
I'll look at it, but it was
look at
all parks within the city of San Antonio was where they were going with it.
okay.
And those are linear parks.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to be consistent with
I know
their-
Phil Hardberger Park was named, and I'd have
Okay.
to go back and look at whether that one was or not.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so second reading next time. Yes, ma'am.
I think the more I hear, I don't see any reason to even have them except personally owned, and we could put it like the bicycle. And I do think that if you allow the families, it should be the 16-year-old with a minimum age of 16 with a helmet.
Yeah, it would definitely have to be that.
And so I don't know.
I think
it's a safety issue.
I think the mere fact that if we say that they cannot be parked, left unattended, that's going to take away them from ever wanting them to allow those to come into Leon Valley. Because if the person rode in from San Antonio, as Councilman Martinez was describing, it rode in from into your neighborhood, and they parked it on the corner, it's fair game to be picked up now. And so they're going to want to say, hey, I don't want you in those neighborhoods, and so they're going to have to put a geofence so that it powers down as soon as it hits your neighborhood. And so we're never going to have them in our neighborhoods if you just say not left unattended, and then we're going to pick it up. It's a violation. They're not going to let them. They're not going to let their vehicles come into our area.
Okay, thank you. Maria, come on up to the podium. Thank you. And what are your thoughts this evening on the scooter issue?
Maria Gamboa, Forest Meadow. I'm concerned with that little space, when you go into the park, that little space that's blocked off, because summer's coming and the kids will be riding in that little space. I've seen those other flat scooters that they come back and forth because it's a square, right? And so they go back and forth. So I'm concerned about that. Could you not be able to do it there? You know where I'm talking about? Where they put the fire trucks during the 4th of July.
Well, it's
right there as you go into the park on Forest Meadow.
Yeah, the
Forest
entrance
Meadow
to
and
the
Sunset.
park, the entrance to the park down there.
Because they'll be coming down Forest
Yeah.
Meadow into that little spot. That's my concern.
So if you're just talking about the scooters altogether, the ones you're describing, the ones that go back and forth, those are not motorized.
Skateboards.
What I'm saying is they're coming this summer, but what's to keep the scooters that we're talking about to not use?
Oh, Maria, yes, I'm sorry. Maria, could I get you to go to the podium so we are recording? Thank you, Ms. Posley.
If you're going to allow it in the neighborhood, the little scooters, right? Not the flat ones that I'm talking about, but I'm saying those, usually I see them in the summer, but the ones that we're talking about right now, if you're going to allow them in the neighborhood, that little space there brings people coming all the way down from Forest Meadow, because my street just happens to be the street that everybody walks through, because they're all going to the park. They're coming from the apartment complex or wherever they're coming from,
I understand what she's saying. I mean, if you let them in the neighborhood, you let them in the neighborhood. And so if we, at the pleasure of the council and our citizens, don't even let them in the neighborhood, these commercial vehicles, then we can change the ordinance to reflect that. Give me that feedback, and I'll go make those adjustments. Not a problem.
Okay, all right.
Where could they go?
Well, if you take away, yeah, exactly. If you take away the neighborhoods, they can't go anywhere in Leon Valley, and so we can shorten this ordinance considerably. Just basically say that it not be allowed on any roads within the city limits of Leon Valley, and then the second one being not being parked unattended. So it would cover both the riders and the parking of if they allow them in to Leon Valley, the company.
Sounds good to me.
I'd like to see both, and with the kind of like the mayor said, leaning towards not restricting completely.
Okay, but you said you mean both. So,
well, like
as far as picking them up,
like Alamos Park or the other cities that have banned them or restricted.
New Braunfels. They're the only one I've seen that has a complete ban at this point.
I'll make a motion that we amend
No motion
the.
needed.
This is just, this is our first read. We're just talking.
But I
Yeah.
suggest, can you suggest?
Sure you can.
I can suggest that we do not allow them in the neighborhoods, and we also say we pick them up if they're left unattended.
Yeah, that's what you were saying.
That's,
Yeah.
that's pretty much the consensus on council then. Okay, I'll make the adjustments, and what I'll also do between now and then, I'll send you New Braunfels,
I'd like to see that one.
so that you'll have that, so you can see exactly how they crafted theirs.
And look into exempting personal use with restrictions,
Yes, ma'am.
personal ownership.
We need some help with that, Denise. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So we'll see the adjustments at the next meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. Moving then to agenda item 9.4. Ms. Postlev, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment from the Red Light Camera Fund in the amount of $48,400 for architectural and engineering services for security improvements to City Hall, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Milan, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. I'm going to start this item off and go through some of the details of it, but I just want to point out this has been a collaborative effort between myself, City Manager, Chief Salvaggio, and Melinda Moritz. And so we're all going to be here to answer questions and kind of walk the council through some of the discussion tonight. Also, when I made the PowerPoint, I made a lot of details in there, not anticipating I'd be presenting at 10 o'clock at night, so I might skip through some of that and go straight to some of the diagrammatics. So our discussion tonight is to talk about and discuss a potential budget adjustment for security improvements to City Hall, and that would be a budget adjustment from the Red Light Camera Fund. And so, of course, this is a first reading, and so, again, the goal of tonight, being a first reading, is to walk the council through some of these initially identified potential security improvements to City Hall to get the council's feedback prior to second reading and answer any questions about these potential improvements. And so, enclosed in your packet, you'll see some diagrams of some potential enhancements. You'll also see an attachment, which is a proposed scope of work from L&V and Associates, which are our consulting engineers that we have contracted with the city. What they've done is they've identified some potential costs that would be associated with them doing work and in developing construction documents and whatnot. And so, of course, those potential numbers would be subject to change depending on the feedback that we get from council. And so what I'd like to do here first is I'm just going to give a quick little background on City Hall. Everybody knows our great City Hall was first constructed in 1981. I'm an architecture guy. It's of the brutalist style of architecture, so it has some architectural significance. There wasn't really anything done to the City Hall in terms of improvements up until 2015 when we had major improvements done. At that point in time, security provisions that were installed were limited, and most notably, there wasn't any bullet-resistant construction installed within the primary public areas of the City Hall. Due to recent events in Leon Valley and abroad, staff is recommending facilitating this discussion tonight to discuss potentially constructing additional security-related improvements to the interior public areas of the City Hall to further protect citizens, staff, appointed officials, and elected officials in the case of an emergency situation. And so I've got two diagrams here. This is kind of the easternmost portion of City Hall, and got one diagram here that's pretty annotated, and it makes it easy for some of the improvements to get lost, and then there's another one here that just has the potential improvements. So I'm just going to jump right into that and start talking about these improvements. These are the blueprints. We had some great blueprints from the last renovation to City Hall. Let me know if it's not making sense in terms of orientation. I'm an architecture guy, so I see it, but sometimes some of the labels may be a little confusing.
Can you use the green pointer, please?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's
So, as everybody knows, the City Hall is kind of divided into two main public areas. We have the area that we're in right now. This is the entrance that we all walked in this evening. We're all here right now. I'm right there. And there's the council dais. And then you also have the other public area of City Hall, which is the main lobby area, where you have the courtroom, you have the municipal clerk's area, the billing area, and then there's a primary wall here that separates this portion of City Hall from the police department. So the police department's over here in this area, and we're not going to be talking about that. There aren't any proposed upgrades to that area. And so that being said, City Hall is a unique design. It's not that typical to have kind of two main public areas that are separated. A lot of times you have one primary public area and you have the private areas behind that. So we have two public areas. So that's kind of the premise of the discussion is the extent to which we would potentially be making security improvements to these public areas and the separating walls and windows between the public areas and the private functions of City Hall. So I'm just going to jump right into the proposed improvements. When you come into the public area off of El Verde Road, as you know, there's a little vestibule there. So you go through an initial set of doors, and then you come in through another set of doors. And so one of the initial areas that staff has identified is potentially reconstructing and replacing the windows, the second set of windows and doors, that storefront there, with bullet-resistant windows and bullet-resistant doors. That way that offers kind of a first line of defense if there's ever a situation. We have officers here as well, and so that would offer the potential to close down that potential opening in the case of an emergency. Also, right now when you walk in, there's a reception desk right here. It's not illustrated on the drawing, but it kind of curves around, and we have our receptionist out in the open. One of the one of the priorities is making sure that there is a safe area for that receptionist. And so right now, being out in the open, that's not providing any kind of protection in the case of an emergency. And so one of the opportunities that have been identified in terms of protecting that individual in that position is taking the current vending area. There's a lot of real estate devoted to the vending area right now, and converting that vending area into a completely enclosed, bullet-resistant reception area to protect that person and offer a doorway out from both sides. And not only would that provide that person with some protection, it would also free up a lot of space within the lobby, because that kind of curved area there, that takes up a lot of room, and so that would provide the opportunity to put more chairs out in the lobby in case, for court days and things like that. It gets a little congested out there when you have a busy Thursday. Just one little constraint to that, there's a doorway would have to be rerouted to the bathroom off of the main lobby. And so, and right now, as you know, there's a doorway going into PD. That is not a bullet-resistant doorway there, so that would be a potential upgrade there to add a new door and side transom window there to provide a bullet-resistant protection between the main lobby and the police department. Also, we have a lot of employees here in the municipal clerk's area in our billing department, and right now there isn't any kind of bullet-resistant separation. So in the event of emergency, there is no bullet-resistant protection between all of the employees in the municipal clerk's department and in the main lobby. So one of the staff has identified this as an opportunity for an enhancement to upgrade the walls separating the main foyer from the municipal clerk's area, also the dispatch area too. There's a PD function back here as well. Upgrading those walls up to 8 feet. And so when I go through this and identify a wall upgrade, what that really means is creating bullet-resistant sheathing up to 8 feet within that wall, because that's typically kind of the height that you need to protect. So upgrading the wall here off the main lobby with up to 8 feet with bullet-resistant sheathing, and upgrading the wall and the real nice window assembly, window units that we have there, maintaining ADA of course, but updating those windows with bullet-resistant sheathing as well. Right now, it's identified as the bailiff's area, but on Thursday, this is typically where our city attorney is, meeting with individuals that are here for a citation or other something else. And so right now there's a transaction window that's right in there, and so one of the opportunities to be enhanced is to remove and replace that transaction window with a bullet-resistant transaction window and bullet-resisting sheathing, and replace the door there as well in the case of emergency. And right now, anybody that's come down and visited our community development department knows the only way for us to do business with anybody is just to come straight in the office and the door. And so one of the opportunities for enhancement there, and actually that would potentially free up some space within the community development department, and also has the potential to add a transaction window at the community development department. I'm not sure if y'all have ever had the opportunity to go down to the city of San Antonio. They have, at their one stop, when you walk in, it's really great. They've got a transaction window for every single department. And I worked there. That was my first city job, was City of San Antonio, and there's always a planner on duty. And so there's always somebody there at that window that's ready to assist. And so there's the potential for, I think this is getting a little weak here, to add a bullet-resistant transaction window. A lot of our traffic that we get in the community development department is quick stuff, not anything where you need to sit down and talk about a big new mixed-use project. It's just, I'm here to get my permit, that's done. And so that's kind of a low-hanging fruit there in terms of, kind of expediting service as well, and also providing an additional level of protection to staff. And so, but also, replacing that door with a bullet-resistant transaction window, and also taking a step to further provide security within the corridor. As y'all know, there's right, if you go straight out through here, there's double doors, and so there's really kind of double security doors separating that corridor, and so there's the opportunity to make that corridor further secure by putting in a doorway right at the entrance, right next to the community development department, and providing a bullet-resistant door and wall assembly there. And in doing that, that offers the opportunity to open up this entire area and further protect the offices, provide a more secure pathway for staff, municipal clerk staff, and between the more private areas of the building and the courtroom on busy court days. Right now, if staff is over in the municipal clerk's area or in the bailiff's area and they needed to get into the courtroom, there's no way for them to travel from this private area into the courtroom without going back out into a public area. And so that's really one of the goals here, is to make sure that we're limiting as much as possible, going from a private area to a public area, back to a private area to a public area, making sure that we have secure paths of travel in the event of an emergency situation. And so what this does is it provides a more secure path, a more of a private access into the courtroom for staff whenever they're conducting business in court. Yes, ma'am.
Brandon, on that, first of all, I wish you'd put that thing down when you're not pointing, because
making people
it's
sick,
going
sorry.
like a little
active
kid.
hands.
But when you're going from where you were just discussing, wouldn't you still have to walk out into an unsecure area to get across to the courtroom?
No, ma'am. Say the city attorney was here in the bailiff's area and she sought to get into the courtroom. She could come through this corridor and come through the community development department and walk through that secure corridor.
So she'd have to go in a big roundabout, but she could do it safely.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And again, another advantage of putting this doorway here and fully enclosing this corridor and making this corridor private, it offers the opportunity to open up the community development department a little bit more, because right now we have a set of windows here, and that kind of boxes us in. We're really, we're kind of packed together in that area.
Seems to me you're going to box in more. I mean, I'm liking a lot of the ideas, but if she's going to be walking through your department, and she'll get some good exercise, but
You can still walk outside, though.
You could do that if you want. And so the dashed lines here, that's indicating you're moving that set of windows, and so that kind of opens up that space a little bit more.
All right.
And so we do have a lot of customers too that do come in and meet with us, and so it just depends on what the nature of the visit is. If you're just coming down to get a certificate of occupancy that's already been prepared and that's a really quick transaction, great, we can do that through the window.
Because your office is really cramped already.
Yes, ma'am. Right now we have 6 people in that area.
So you're gonna have more space, are you sure?
We'll have more space just by the fact that we'll be bringing this corridor in as part of that space. And we'll be, anytime you have a wall, that limits what you can do with furniture and the way you travel through
So
there.
now you're not gonna have a wall?
We'll be potentially removing,
So are you moving your department into the corridor?
no,
I mean, that's what it looks like. That's what it sounded like to me.
No, we're not moving the department into the corridor.
Okay.
We're just removing the wall that
Just
further
removing the wall.
boxes in our
Okay.
department, and it just kind of opens that up, that
Okay.
space up.
Just you don't feel so cramped. You have a little
Exactly.
bit more.
And we can
Okay.
always have chairs and different, it just,
Okay.
exactly. It provides a
'Cause
little bit more
that
space.
still is a walkway from the administration down to,
It-
right. I mean, we still have to keep that open for.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and one of the other things, and I'll get to this section in a minute, but, right now, the city manager's office, if they're seeking to get out to the back where they park, they can't go out through the front and get to the back, so the only way for them to get out is to go out on the corridor, go through the double doors, then go out into a public area, and then back through into a private area to get out. So you're going through private area to public area to private area again, and that's just kind of the nature of the way our building is designed. And so in putting a doorway right here, it further it creates a secure private area for generally everybody in the building to be able to get out without having to go back through a public area in the case of emergency. So there's a lot of advantage to adding that doorway right there. And then whereas right now individuals in the administration office that are leaving, they would follow this pathway, again, go out through a public area, then go back through this door to the private area. Now they'd have the ability, and it kind of opens up the community development department to let that be sort of a little bit more of a pathway for people to walk through.
Okay.
And of course, in creating this doorway here, that it wouldn't make much sense unless we're taking the windows that exist between the courtroom and that corridor there, and adding some bullet-resistant sheathing up to about 8 feet, and adding a new bullet-resistant door to preserve the security of that corridor. Anybody that's walked through that corridor has seen this room here, and that room was initially envisioned to be a small conference room. That's not a very practical use of space. Right now the police department is actually using that room for having an officer that offices for the red light camera tickets. And so a room that large is just really not practical. It's not a practical use of space. They need an office space. They need an office space near the courtroom to do that. But the way that room is currently configured, it's not practical to have such a large room.
That originally was the code enforcement office. So are they still there? And where are they? Are they further in your? And so it's been open? Okay, I just remember that to be the code enforcement.
We moved the code enforcement back into our area where the jail area used to be.
Okay.
So they're not in the jail cells unless they do something wrong.
Yeah.
Then, but they have that area, the open area outside the jail cells. That's where their office is at.
Okay, and so this has been an unused area, so now the red light camera officers are there?
Right.
Using that whole big space, and you're saying it's too much,
Yeah,
and
we
you want
don't.
to cut it in
We've
half.
actually been kind of sharing it with community development for a lot of their junk that they needed out of their office, plans
Okay.
and stuff. So we're all trying to share the space, but we don't need that big of a space. 100%.
Okay, so will
agree.
community development then get half, and then the red light cameras would get half? Okay.
So this will.
Will you actually make an office out of it to move
That'll
somebody
free up
over?
an office space or an additional conference room.
Okay.
So that creates an office,
Okay.
an office space that's similar in size to
Uh-huh.
city attorney's office, mayor's office, special events. Right now, that space is just too large for one office, and you can create 2 potential offices there.
Great.
And then, of course, there's an existing set of double doors here right now. But those doors are just made of wood, and so that would, in order to preserve the integrity of that area and provide for a few different security checkpoints, I guess you could say, or different potential areas of lockdown and security. Those double doors would be replaced with bullet-resistant doors. And also a key, another opportunity exists to, and would be necessary in order to fully secure this corridor, would be adding bullet-resistant double doors right out here into this area. And so that would preserve the security of that area. And so with bullet-resistant double doors here, off of this public area, and a bullet-resistant door here off of this public area, that completely secures this internal corridor to protect these office spaces in this area.
So you'd have 3 instead of 1.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
But do you need the one in the middle if you have one on each end?
That was identified, in our process together. We could look at,
I'm just thinking from this end to that's a very short distance from, if you're going to add another double door here, and then we've got one right past Miss Frederick's office. I don't know. I'm just asking.
That's a good point. We can look at that.
It's going to be kind of cramped.
Protecting a lot of people in between, though.
Well, but how else if you've got one on one end and one on the other, I don't know why you need the one in the middle.
I think the initial thinking
Don't you need this thing again to get through, right?
I think the initial thinking was, you're kind of separating 2 spaces, and so in the event that one of these sets of doors is compromised, you have the existing assembly in the middle, and it's already framed out.
Okay.
And so it'd be easy to go put bullet-resistant doors in and replace that with the existing assembly that you've got there.
Excuse me. Yeah.
And again, lastly, again, as a goal, one of the primary goals here is, securing the separations between the public and the private spaces. There's an opportunity to further secure the separation right out here between the city administration office and the viewing window, and replace that wall with bullet-resistant sheathing up to 8 feet, and leave the window, but have that be a bullet-resistant window there. That way, it offers a little bit of transparency between their office and the public area to get more light in, which was the purpose of that window there.
So with the door into their office, is that also going to be bullet resistant?
Yes, there's that door there. So the door right next to where the chief is sitting, replacing that door.
No, I meant the other one that enters into the administration.
No, ma'am. That door would not be replaced, because the idea is that they still have a security keypad there, but the idea is that that's why these doors are being put in, is to secure this corridor.
Okay, so that extra door is down here.
It's right here, right before Maribel's.
This bit would be visible from right here.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
It would just pretty much be right where this wall kind of meets.
Just past the pictures.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
And then lastly, of course, always making sure to, provide as much protection to everybody that's in this room right now as possible as well.
So we have to duck.
Yes, ma'am. Making sure, taking this area right now, and in in the event of an emergency, that provide y'all with some security. That way, you're able to get under and replace this area with bullet-resistant sheeting, so there's some sort of cover.
I used to have a button underneath the dais. It's no longer there when they did the renovations. I don't know what happened.
It would basically replace
all in front.
Everything here, and probably not replace it, but get underneath there and provide bullet-resistant sheething behind this assembly.
So how strong is bullet-resistant versus bulletproof?
I'm going to defer to the chief maybe on that one, or Melinda. There you go.
Melinda.
Do you have, and he'll chime in too, but you have levels 1 through 8, and basically it's the size of the gun and the power and the velocity of the gun. So you would want for an AR-15 the level 8 versus a handgun, which would be like a level 1. So there's all those in between, and I think they had recommended a level 6.
I believe it was.
Level 6 for our application. The other thing I want to...
Sorry for us if they have an AR-15.
Well, we could go 8. We can go 8. The other thing too, though, that I wanted to add to this is he didn't point out the front doors over here. We already have in the budget for this year, I think it's 60,000 or somewhere around there to replace the storefront glass out here. That's the one remaining original storefront that we have. And the problem that we have with it right now is that the doors aren't shutting right, and it's very thin glass, and so it's not energy efficient. And so I would recommend also replacing those with a bulletproof type glass or glazing. It's called glazing.
But you're saying it's not on this plan, but we have it in the plan? Is that what you're saying, Melinda? We have it in the budget separate from this for 60,000?
Yes, and that was supposed to be done this year.
Okay.
So the money's there to do it.
The money's there, but it doesn't show it on this plan.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
And I don't think the 60,000 would cover full bullet resistant.
Oh, is that right?
I wouldn't think so.
No,
I don't.
right, this part right here.
Yeah. So is it going to be all done at one, will it be done at the same time this other improvement would
Yes,
be
ma'am.
done? Okay.
So what about all the outside windows? Any of them bullet resistant?
Nothing here is bullet resistant right now.
So isn't there, somebody just shoots through the window and jumps in?
You could take out Maribel. Or Denise. Those are the offices that are on that side. So if you wanted us to, or court, if somebody wanted to get somebody who was in court. So if you wanted to include that in the project, we could do that too.
Okay, Mr. Alonso.
Yes, Mr. Alonso, come on up. I had a couple of questions while you were coming up. How long will it take for this improvement, the timeline, and will parts of the city hall have to be shut down and people can't go through? I mean, I'm just wondering
I'll let
about
him
the
answer that.
inconvenience of this. I mean, it's good improvements. We all want them, but I'm just wanting to communicate it back out to the citizens if, hey, you can't come through this door. Or, I don't know. I just don't know. I can't visualize it.
I can't see us shutting down anything.
Okay. I have no idea.
But let me go back to before I'll let them
Sure.
answer. Y'all asked a question, difference between bulletproof and bullet resistant. They won't call anything bulletproof because it's bullet resistant because you can sit there with whatever bullet gun, whatever, and fire it at the same spot, and eventually it's going to make a hole. So it's resistant. It's not bulletproof. And you bring up a bazooka, it's going to be, that's a bullet. It's a big bullet, but it's not going to stop it. And so it becomes down to, it's kind of semantics, but they will not say bulletproof anymore. It's bullet resistant.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Alonso.
Thank you.
Yes,
Edward Alonso,
you may.
Canterfield. Wrong one. So I imagine this is the first step in, there you go, in multiple phases, probably. The things that I've noticed, and this is based off of my bias of where I've been in this building, is right here along this window, if someone wanted to spray this room, like nobody in the audience would be safe. So this is a place that I would be interested in hardening, as well as a meeting room, potentially as a way of escape from this room for anyone who's in this room and is able to escape and to come to another hardened area. And the courtroom as well, as I think, should be hardened at some point, because that's also another space where people get mad. So those are just my suggestions on future improvements, or even some that could be included in this one.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Is this estimate, the 48,000, is it to make all these improvements? It seems like that's
No,
very
it's
cheap.
only
just
planning.
just for the estimate, right?
Yeah, it's an estimate
have to go out for
for
bids.
them to actually create the drawings and specifications
Right,
necessary
so-
to give to a
So
contractor.
you're right, okay, that's kind of what I thought, but my question is then, what is the estimate for the actual work? Do we have that?
We won't know exactly until we go through this process for them to get in and study the as-built. They got to go and look and see, okay, what's the extent of the construction that needs to be done? Again, they'll look at phasing in that process too, try to come up with a phasing plan. They've got to, once they're able to get in and really do the measurements and see how much needs to be ordered, what the dimensions, all that kind of stuff are, that'll give them the ability to better estimate the cost, what the exact cost is going to be to the city.
If we can't even do 2 doors for 60 grand, we're looking at astronomical numbers.
And that's kind of my concern. If we spend $48,000 for this study, estimate, and then it's $1 million to do it.
Got to keep those red light cameras coming.
Right. We have to do 1 door at a time.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Charles.
I would be interested too, is the windows on the outside of the conference room and those doors, because that's probably where we'd go if somebody was trying to shoot in here, trying to escape in there, and there's a lot of windows all along that wall.
That's a good point.
Okay, well, glad to get that clarified. Wow, okay. Anything else? Any other questions for Mr. Malond? Right, thank you very much.
I have one question for the chief. Would we also be able to use forfeiture funds for this?
Forfeiture or red light camera?
I said also.
Also.
I think you might be able to. We'd have to go back and look. I think we probably would be able to. I wouldn't say that we'd have $1 million to do it if that's what the estimate came back, and we wouldn't in red light camera either. But I think definitely we could probably for the police side and maybe the court side. I think we could probably get away with some of that. This area in here, probably not, because it's not law enforcement. So it's really going to depend on the area and the use. Municipal court would be part of that use. I think we could do some, and we're looking at hopefully getting quite a bit of money in this next year.
All right.
So we would definitely look at that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Good discussion. Moving then to ordinance number 9.5. Ms. Postley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending the city, I'm sorry, what was that sound? Okay, sorry. The Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Utilities, Article 14.09, Stormwater Management Utility, Division 1, generally in Section 14.09.001 to add language and definitions, adding new sections 14.09.61 through 14.09.76 and Section 14.09.92 to comply with the requirements of the United States Clean Water Act as amended by the Water Quality Act of 1987, providing for repealer, severability, savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, that was a lot.
That was a lot.
Yes, thank you.
For a
Thank you,
part to
Melinda, for
record
being
with
here this
midnight.
evening. You're the very last presenter, so thank you for beginning.
I think you have one more after me.
It's a biggie. I mean, this one's a biggie.
This one is. So this is to consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 14 Utilities, specifically the Stormwater Management Utility, by adding language and definitions and then creating new sections for enforcement. In 2009, the city created the Stormwater Management Utility, which was required by the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, Municipal Separate Storm Sewer Systems, which is shortened to MS4, and that's our permit that was issued to us. The MS4 permit requires the permittees to develop and implement a comprehensive stormwater management program, and it has to include pollution and prevention measures, treatment or removal techniques, monitoring, use of legal authority, and other appropriate measures to control the quality of our stormwaters that go down to the waters of the United States. And Hebner Creek is considered a waters of the United States by virtue of the fact that it flows into the San Antonio River, which then flows down into the coast. The original ordinance was very basic. It was written to get the program started and to have fees assessed to all the property owners in Leon Valley to pay for the program. It didn't address enforcement of some violations, and the fees are based on property size, not on impervious cover, which is more normal. A stormwater manager was hired, but the duties only included inspection of construction sites and implementation of our best management practices, and mostly those were for public education and awareness. They were not tasked with patrolling the city to look for violations at existing residents and businesses. When that employee left, the position was eliminated and Public Works employees took over because they were just limited tasks. They were something we could fit into our everyday duties. During our recent program review by TCEQ, it was discovered that our enforcement efforts need to be enhanced. The city's permit is going to be renewed. They approved our preliminary plan, and we're sending that in. Mayor just signed that for us. However, they did suggest you really need to step up your enforcement. New stormwater fees are in the process of being developed based on the amount of impervious cover of each lot or parcel, but the city should also consider recreating the position of the certified stormwater inspector. I was going through the stormwater fees, and I just took a couple for an example. So if you look at the Leon Valley Storage Annex, which is at 6360 Grissom, it's not the big facility, but it's the smaller annex property. It's 2.27 acres. And then you look at Clear Creek Shopping Center, which is at 7007 Bandera. It's the corner where Church's Chicken is. They're both about the same size. They are both paying the exact same stormwater fee. They both pay $133.91 a month. Clear Creek Shopping Center is a sea of asphalt and concrete. If you look at the Leon Valley Storage Center, they have put in permeable, it's a gravel in a plastic base that has holes, and so he's retaining most of his stormwater on his property, whereas Clear Creek is not. And so it's unequitable. They should not be paying the same fee. So the revisions to the ordinance are going to allow us to monitor our construction sites to ensure compliance with an approved plan that they're going to submit to the Community Development Department. And then it'll allow us to monitor the construction sites to ensure that the permanent facilities are operational when they're supposed to be, and that they're inspected and approved, especially prior to anticipated potential flooding events. A stormwater inspector is supposed to be on site on huge construction jobs during rain events. So that means weekends, holidays, whenever. So one of us needs to be out there making sure that their flood control fencing is in, any rock filter dams are in, and that they're actually properly functioning. Right now, we don't have anybody doing that. So we're also going to provide notification to TCEQ when it's necessary if we see bad violations. Support and perform stormwater inspections, generate work orders, make maintenance schedule recommendations, maintain, update inspection documentations, analyze trends. I mean, there's just a ton of work that needs to be done. And we're only doing about half of this right now because we just don't have the staff. We've got David Dimmeline as my assistant, me, and then if I can grab one of the crew members off of one of their job sites, we'll send one of them.
Melinda, I have a question. Isn't Yvonne certified as well?
Not as a stormwater inspector.
Okay. What is she certified as?
Stormwater something, but it's not the inspector part.
Okay. I knew she had a certification. I should know what it was.
Yeah. We would also be responding to citizen complaints or inquiries from other people regarding the operations and maintenance of stormwater issues and properly respond to them. We would monitor citywide landscaping activities to assure grass clippings are not left in the streets and drains. Monitor the grease traps at all of the restaurants and assure that they're being cleaned out properly. Monitor the roll-off dumpsters to assure they're not being drained into the streets or other impervious surfaces, and then investigate illegal dumping.
How can one person do all this stuff?
Because that would be their sole job.
That would be a lot.
They would also get assistance, though. We have 2 code enforcement officers, and so what I envision is the 3 of them working together. You know, the stormwater would be working specifically on stormwater, but some violations overlap.
Mm-hmm.
And then communicating with property owners, providing status reports, managing contractors. And then, as I said, it will also assist our code enforcement officer, the police and fire inspectors in resolving these complaints. So here's what overflowing grease traps do. And, you know, you don't normally pay attention to them because grease trap is located probably behind a building or near an alley. The one for Wing Daddies is located over there by the alley, and we got lucky somebody noticed it and we were able to make them clean it up. But otherwise, this drains straight down into our stormwater system and then into Heber Creek. overflowing dumpsters. These are one of my favorites because they're open, the people don't shut the lids properly. And then you see all this effluent on the ground. That's from rainwater getting in there and these bags bursting open. And then all of that gets drained down into the stormwater system, which is untreated before it hits Hebner Creek.
Melinda, is this due to non-payment of their dumpster fee?
Could be
or-
non-payment. It also could be if someone leaves a dumpster open, every predatory person who doesn't have garbage service is going to go to that dumpster and dump their stuff. And then some people just don't have them serviced enough either. And so we need a person to go by and tell them you need to step up your servicing. Grass clippings at the storm drains, they contain pesticides and herbicides, go straight down into Hebner Creek. And then I don't know if anyone right now has gone by Midas, any of the other oil change places, the places that fix your cars, and actually look for non-containment of hazardous waste. And even something as simple as they've left a car part on the ground, well, look what's emanating from that part. This one's pouring paint, I think, down into the storm drain.
Are these Leon Valley, or is this just pictures?
These are just in general. However, that's Hebner Creek. And these aren't even the worst pictures that I took of Hebner Creek. When we were having all those flooding events, I tried to take pictures after every storm event. And some days you would just see this sea of styrofoam out there. It was just awful. And that stuff all gets washed down into Hebner Creek, which then goes down into the San Antonio River.
A lot of it comes through our yard, too.
Yep. And then, of course, you got runoff from your construction sites with poorly maintained silt fencing and rock filter dams and, things like that. And so they would be watching that. And that's what goes down in our storm drain. And stormwater violations make the news. This is something we don't want happening to us. And as you can see, these are recent, just as recent as April of 2019. And they're huge violations for them. Federal fines can be up to $50,000 per day per violation. And then there's also criminal penalties as well. So under fiscal impact, for the changes to this ordinance, it would be an increase in staff time. We're not proposing to hire anybody at this minute. And so it would just be taking on these duties and being able to find people. Right now, we have such a loosely constructed ordinance that it's really difficult to enforce. Future fiscal impacts would be from the hiring of a certified stormwater inspector, but you would also get an increase in collections from properties with more impervious cover. And so, HEB shopping center, hate to pick on them, but it's a huge sea of asphalt. And they've not made any attempts to put in any kind of lid parking lot or anything like that. And right now they're going through a huge remodel for the LA Fitness. I don't see anything going in there except the same parking. And so it's not fair for some other person to have made all those efforts and done all that work, such as Northside Independent School District with their detention pond. The stormwater program right now, it collects about $390 a year. I don't see a huge increase. We would be probably right at about the same cost for residential per month. It's going to be in the commercial area where the change is big.
Melinda, what do you estimate the hiring of a certified stormwater inspector would be? And that would come out of the $390, right?
Yes, ma'am, because that is your total budget. We need to go back and look at the numbers and see exactly what we can afford. They typically, you're going to pay between $40,000 and $50,000 a year for a good certified stormwater inspector.
Less benefits.
And so it's our recommendation to go ahead and approve this ordinance and get the process started. And then the second step would be to go ahead and change the stormwater fee structure that we have right now. And then the third step is consider hiring a certified stormwater inspector. Anybody have any questions?
Okay. I'm just curious about this process of amending the fee structure. How do you do that?
Well, we would go in, I'm looking at San Antonio's fee structure.
I think we have to approve it, right? The council
yes,
has to approve
definitely.
it. I remember we approved it a
council.
long time ago, yeah.
Has to come back to council. It has to have public hearings. You have to have public input.
That's right.
public meetings about it. But what we're looking at is San Antonio's fee structure. The other thing that happened with us is they approved these fees back in 2009, and they have never been updated. So we're sitting at the same fee schedule as we were back then, and now we're having to do a lot more enforcement to keep up with our permit. And so they charge commercial, it's $55.77 as a base monthly fee. After that, they have a percentage tacked on for the amount of impervious cover on your lot. And I can't tell you what those percentages are. There's tiers in them. For residential, it's a flat rate of $332, I think, a month. And then those are based on the amount or the square foot of impervious cover that your house is. So it's different fee schedule than what we are.
Okay. But hopefully that 390 would increase in order to cover the extra costs that we
Correct.
have.
And money that comes from fines and fees for violating the ordinance must go back into the stormwater fund. And the stormwater fund is completely separate than the general fund and the water and sewer utilities. So it's its own little entity.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Rodriguez.
Melinda, you were saying that Yvonne does have some certifications in that field. Would it take much to get her certified in the area that we need?
No, I took the course 2 weeks ago and passed it with flying colors, so I'm a certified stormwater inspector. The problem is the time.
Because she does
She does utility billing, she does our payroll, our accounts payable, answers the phone. I mean, she's the boss actually over there.
Or is it possible to train one of the gentlemen that's already on staff?
You could,
He's
but they
already
couldn't spend the
short-handed.
time. Yeah, that we wouldn't have the time to dedicate to it. This person needs to be dedicated. This is a full-time job.
Very good. Okay, any other questions for Melinda for this proposed ordinance? First read. Our second read will be next
It's
time.
required by the federal government, that's what I'm getting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Anybody? Okay, thank you so much, Melinda. Do appreciate it. All right, 10:47. We'll move to our last item: presentation, discussion, and possible action on council members sitting as representatives on committees. And Ms. Kinsler.
Thank you. Last item. Good evening, Mayor, Council. The purpose of this presentation is for you all to determine whether or not you want your members to be allowed to serve on committees. Currently, we have several council members who serve on committees in the capacity as either member, officer, or liaison. The only committee whose ordinance reflects that there is a council liaison is a Citizens Police Advisory Committee, and currently the council member that serves on that is Dr. Rodriguez. Research of this topic was only found in Article 104, Section 104.002, which states that the mayor from time to time may appoint one or more council members to temporary committees to assist the mayor and city manager in developing administrative policies or programs as may be appropriate, and that's all we could find. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to show you is these, and you can see the glaring issue right there is Citizens Police Advisory of a quorum on Citizens Police Advisory.
Excuse me, I'm not the chair of the Earthwise Living Committee.
So you were at one time. So what Sandra did is
Oh.
she made this list and she just put both of your titles and she went through the minutes of the Earthwise.
I mean, I was co-chair, co-founding member like 30 years ago, but I have not been the chair since I've been mayor.
Okay, I just
So
took it from
I mean,
Sandra's
if you want to
minutes.
count 30 years ago. So,
And then we have Ms. Charles, who is or was chair of the Beautification Committee, the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. We have Mr. Bradshaw and Ms. Rodriguez representing their respective neighborhoods on Citizens Police Advisory. So that one's a real problem because you have a quorum. If you go to the next slide, just a C statement. There's no fiscal impact. This is complete council discretion. I just would strongly recommend that each committee be created by ordinance, and then we won't have this problem. That's the nice thing about CPAC, is that they're created by ordinance, and so we know that you have to have a council liaison on there. And so I would suggest, for uniformity, that I'll start getting staff or directors to come back and start giving you these committees via ordinance. But in the meantime, I would like some direction from you as to whether or not you want council members to be able to sit on committees.
Well, if they're council liaisons.
But the only council liaison, then that would be the only one up here right now would be Dr. Rodriguez.
Because I brought this out because, like, the mayor does not serve as council liaison. If you look at the minutes, she votes, she makes motions, she seconds motions. That's not a liaison. And that happens, of course, on all the committees if they're not a liaison. And a liaison should not, one of our committees became defunct because they said they were having council interference because the council person never got off the committee after they were elected to council, and the members felt they were controlling the committees. And I think once you're on council, or while you're on council, you should not be an actual voting member of any committee. Even the police advisory, as a liaison, she's not a voting member. She's just there as a representative from the council, which is what I feel is important for various, as the mayor said, I do attend a lot of the committee meetings because I like to see what's going on, and that is a way to see. But the Park Commission kind of considers me a council liaison, but they haven't ever designated me as that, just because I go to that one more often than not. But I don't vote at any. I often don't talk. I'm just there and I learn from them, and if there's something that's connected to council and they ask me about it, I contribute to that. But you learn a lot by going to the committees, but I think it should be citizens who aren't on the council with a council person as a liaison if they want to be.
Okay, thank you for your input. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Last year on the CPAC, if I remember correct, the council liaison was only going to be there for 1 year, and it had to be rotated. You couldn't be consecutive 1 year period. So another council member would have to be appointed to CPAC this year.
Mayor, Councilor Martinez, Dr. Rodriguez's term does expire, I believe, this year, her 1 year term. But I don't remember off the top of my head if the ordinance says you can be reappointed or it has to go to somebody else. I don't remember that. But you are correct. It is for a 1 year term as council liaison.
But the point is, she doesn't vote.
No, she does not vote. That's correct.
And she's not counted as a quorum. That's also significant. And in the Earthwise and Beautification, you see them being counted as a quorum.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, she's up there, and that's why I put it in red, required by ordinance, so that the bottom one's not an issue at all. It's the other ones, I just need some direction and some guidance from you all as to how you'd like the staff to handle this.
Well, if I remember correct with the CPAC, it was at election time last year is when I was removed from CPAC, and Councilor Rodriguez was put on there for a 1 year term. So right now, she should be removed and replaced by
August 21st.
somebody else.
Okay, so Sandra just clarified that Dr. Rodriguez's term expires August
21st.
21st.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, well, I think volunteerism is wonderful, whether you're on the council or not. I love my work on the Earthwise, and I love it on beautification, and I don't see anything wrong with it. You know, I'm just trying to help move these committees, and I don't know why Ms. Alcacer is so opposed to it, but anyway, I just respectfully disagree.
Well, as the chair of 2 committees, and now that I'm elected as council, I'm willing to step down from those. And then on police advisory, Councilor Bradshaw would need to be removed too, if we're only going to have a liaison.
Right. Yes, Mr. Alonso. He has something to say. He's got a lot of energy at 11 o'clock at night. I love it. I'm fading fast.
Mayor and councilors, I understand the situation in front of you. It's kind of complex. As a new-ish commissioner, I've always found it very helpful when members of the staff and when other counselors have been available to us. I know my wife has really appreciated Ms. Alicer's participation in the Parks Commission. What I would hope is that whatever you decide, you are able to provide that mentorship from counselors to commissioners, because as we provide that mentorship in some way, shape, and form, whatever you guys decide, that allows commissioners like me to grow in our ability to understand our city, to be better servants, and to just grow as people as well. So I would hate to see that mentorship system disappear. But again, there's many ways to solve this. But I would just encourage that we try to think about that, the continuing the political system of our community.
Mm-hmm. Well, ever since I've been mayor, we've always had council liaisons. It might not be in the the rules, but we've always had council liaisons.
I absolutely have no objection to council liaison. I am for it. Many of the committees feel neglected, that no council person ever attends it, and the ones that, for example, one of my other problems with beautification is that when the mayor's going around telling the judges which houses are being picked out, and then they win an award, I mean, that's like favoring the neighbors or neighborhood or whatever, whether they deserve it or not. And like if the committee members are winning awards, that's a problem too. And they're on city council. I mean, I don't think we should be giving ourselves awards for our yards. We can set examples, but I do think the committee should have liaisons who's ever interested in the committees, and even if they're not interested, somebody should be going to the committees and doing like Mr. Alonso said, but I just don't think we should be officers or voting members once we're on council. After we're off council, then you go back and become members, but not during the time that you're there.
Well, that was incorrect on the beautification. I took a judge around, but she had the list. I didn't come up with the list, so I don't know how she came up with her list. So,
so to stay on
beautification committee, Ms. Charles, I'd rather you be the council liaison.
What?
She's integral. That's what I'm saying. She's integral to the beautification committee. She really is.
Aren't you sometimes like the only one that shows up?
Well, she's not the only one that shows up, but she is a tremendous organizer. She knows how to organize things like you wouldn't believe it. Neighborhoods and judges and members, and you do a great job. Yes.
Yeah, I definitely see the conflict with me being on the police advisory committee if Ms. Charles was on there and Ms. Rodriguez is also the liaison. We can't have a quorum, right? So I definitely understand that. But how do we prevent that if in the future, if we talk about council members can go to these other committees and show up, and then somebody else is already there, and all of a sudden it's a quorum again? Do we just say the first two there are there? And
no, Mayor, Councilor Bradshaw, that's how we've done it. That's exactly how we've done it in the past. Is when the last one comes in, we say, sorry, there's already a quorum.
But if it's posted that the city, because I think that's one in particular that posted may go on, but we do that by practice. But like if you're like that particular one, you just have a different substitute in your neighborhood that comes to represent that, like your other compadre who was here most of the meeting. Maybe he could be somebody else, but same with Donna's. It is not a difficult thing. It's just once we're on council, we need to step off. We were specifically told, Mr. Jordan and myself, that we had to leave our committees. And then we came on and saw that the mayor never left her committee. And so, and you were chair when I first came on.
I was never chair
one
of the
of the
Earthwise
two.
Living Committee for the last 30 years. I was co-founder with Rita.
But you were
But I
of
have
the
not been the
beautification.
chair.
But anyway, that's
So it
not the
doesn't matter.
point. It was
You just
just be a liaison, but not a voting member and not a member for a quorum. If there are other people that would have an interest in being there, but that one never is said. We need more members here or sign up for this one. That's all it takes. I think somebody from council should go to these meetings and be there as a council liaison.
But
Or-
I'm thinking about Councilor Bradshaw, you can correct me, but weren't you just saying you wanted to attend them to see what was going on?
Right, I was
Yeah.
saying if I wanted to go to a meeting, if I
Right.
saw it was posted, I could show up, but my question was, what if there's two people already there? And Ms. Kinsler answered the question. So,
What'd you say? Ms. Kinsler?
first come, first serve.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Ms. Bosley.
Councilor Bradshaw, all of our committee and board agendas all have a disclaimer on the bottom that says that all council can be there in a quorum. You just can't vote, or you can't, I guess, participate.
Can
But
be
it
there in
has
a
been a
quorum?
practice that
Right,
we don't do that.
Every one of our agendas has that. A quorum of the council can attend
Okay.
the committee meetings.
But you can't talk.
You can't talk?
To each other
No,
about
it's not that
the-
you can't talk, Denise. Jump on in.
Yeah. It's late.
Well, you can't discuss city business with each other if you're a quorum in a committee, and that is city business.
It is city business,
Is the
exactly.
committee. And so basically you can't talk. If you're going to be there and you're going to be in a quorum, none of you can really talk.
Just to observe.
Just observe. But, I mean, if it's two or less, then you could participate because it's not a quorum. So we just want to run afoul of the Open Meetings Act.
And so for safety, we've done, the third person usually has left. And that's happened in the instances that I can think of are Citizens Police Advisory and Home Rule Charter. Those are the two that I can think of where a counselor has left because they're the third one in. Because there is city business discussed, and they do tend to, or ask counselors questions or vice versa, whatever. It just keeps everybody safe. But I'm, in spite of all of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe it's 11 and I'm tired, but I'm kind of hearing that maybe there's a consensus that if I bring you back ordinances for each of these committees, that you'd be willing to just appoint a council liaison to these committees. Am I hearing that correctly?
We did that about 3-4 years ago.
You
Every
did that.
year-
you
Every
did that
year
with-
we had a.
You did that
council-
with CPAC, but no other committee.
other committees too.
Not in any of the past 4
Used
years.
to.
It was,
Okay.
when I first
We
got on
used to
council.
always have
we would,
council liaisons.
We would appoint different council members to be on committees.
So we'll go through, I've already talked to Ms. Postlewaite about how many, very few are appointed by ordinance, they need to be. So we can come back, we can clean it up, we can appoint by we can do your committees by ordinance, and we can allow for a council liaison if that's acceptable to this body.
That's what I've always wanted, but not council members.
I don't think.
I thought a
don't
council
see it an
member would
issue.
be a council liaison.
Well,
No.
liaison is, yes, is a council, but not as a member of
Oh,
the committee.
just a
Not
liaison.
committee members.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's what you mean.
Yeah.
You said not council members, but I think you mean not committee members.
exactly, yeah.
Members, yes, sir.
It's
Thank you.
late. Right.
I
so
really
not
don't
committee
see
members.
this as an issue, but, yeah, I don't know why it's even being discussed, because I don't consider this a real issue.
Well, it was brought up because, I mean, some of the members of the committees feel intimidated when we, the council or the mayor, is presently there and always have input.
Okay, like when I was on CPAC, unless I was asked a specific question, I kept my mouth shut. I was just in there, and I wouldn't be in open discussion with the committee. That was their job. I was just a fly on the wall.
Well, I heard at least from 5 different members a different story. Councilor.
Yeah, I don't know what you're hearing.
You really think the people on the beautification committee were intimidated? I thought we had a really good working committee. I mean, you know.
No, I think when I step down as chair, there's not going to be a chair. That's what I think. Yeah.
Well, that's why somebody needs to continue as the, anyway, if that means we can't work on the committee, that's a problem, so, in my book.
No, you can volunteer on doing the things that they do, just not participate in the committee. Go out and search other people.
I've tried. Every Lion's Roar, I seek out volunteers. I go door to door. I can't tell you how many applications I send, and people are real nice to me, but you know, they're all busy. Everybody's booked. They really are, and they don't want to commit. So, anyway, c'est la vie.
That's what they were saying. Maybe you have too many committees. We do have an abundance, but Earthwise and Beautification could be combined.
Do you see that, Donna? I don't know.
Well, I'm thinking they probably have a different focus, so.
Mm-hmm. Right. They do.
We want to beautify the earth.
So we need to make a motion?
I
or
just need to know
action?
a consensus or a motion is fine. If you'd like me to come back with ordinances for every committee appointing a council liaison, I'd do that. If you don't want me to do that, if you want to take no action, that's okay. I just need to know.
I'd like you to do that. I so move.
I would like to see no action taken on this.
Was that a motion?
Yes, yes.
What was it? What was the motion?
The motion that she comes back with an ordinance providing for a liaison, a council liaison for each committee.
Okay, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to ask the city manager to come back with an ordinance establishing a council liaison for all committees. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay,
No.
we've got.
2.
Okay, we've got 3 ayes and 2 noes. The motion does pass.
Okay, so for clarification purposes, I'm going to come back with an ordinance just to clean this up and do it right for every committee. And I'll just
What I
put a
heard you
council
say.
liaison on every committee. Okay?
Okay.
And then if you all want any other changes, it'll be a good time to clean up these ordinances in these committees.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Citizens to be heard, number 10. Anyone left in the chambers that would like to say a few words of good night and see you tomorrow?